journey through Parliament, just under 5 minutes for you to see what happened in the 8th Parliament. How did it go? There's been a lot of talk about the 8th Parliament. Was it successful? Was it a failure? Did it really, engrave our democracy? What exactly did it add to the value of democracy Ghana says it's actually practicing? Then later we'll also take you through Mohammed's visit to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo at the Jubilee House. So that name is going to change pretty short. And then the Ghana Armed Forces also paid a visit to His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the outgoing president of the country. Later, I'll actually do you the honors by introducing the guests, and then we'll get into the talk. But Metro TV will give you the full coverage of how the inauguration will go, just in case you're unable to make it to the Independence Square. You can have the luxury of watching in the convenience of where you find yourself. And then we'll all go through it with a discussion alongside. It's going to be an interesting day. It's the 7th of December 2025, just in case your dates is confusing you like it does to me sometimes. Let's go for that. We'll be back shortly.
Elect to be conducted into a chamber. I now respectfully invite His Lordship Justice Enin Yeboah, the Chief Justice of the Republic, to proceed to the dais and to assist to administer the oath of allegiance and the Speaker's oath.
Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagu, do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Republic of Ghana as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
Read, and at least I think I know a lot that you may not have gone through. What is happening in this parliament is completely unacceptable. And I'm not sure you have appreciation of the temperature of the country.
Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what he says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money, you are going to look pretty foolish.
Speaker, with all due respect to your chair, these preliminary remarks you are making are prejudicial, and I believe that as representing the good people of Serbia also, it doesn't lie in your mouth to remind us of the things that you said.
You represent the good people of Serbia, so I represent the whole country. Please, Marshal, take him out of the house. Marshal, take him out of the house. I will not intervene such disrespect. Lies in my mouth.
Minister, were you here from the very beginning?
My understanding is that...
Were you here from the very beginning?
No, I've been here since morning.
Please, can you... You've been here since morning?
I've been here since morning. I've been here from the very beginning. Today, I was
so
here
why did you say
when
no?
the prayers were being
If you were
said.
here, why did you say no?
I have been here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning.
Minister, do you really listen to yourself when you are talking?
This is the same Atu Forcing. Atu, is it the same you? Is it Atu Forcing? Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu! Hey, Atu Forcing! Were you not the person who could not draw down on the CDB loan? Were you not the one who could not implement successfully the IMF facility that disbursement ceased? Are you not the same person? Yes, I tell you on authority that during your time, you could not successfully implement the IMF deal. Sit down.
Mr. Speaker, he has been here before. Someday he may be here again.
That superintended and supervise this economic crime are number one, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, aka Mr. Strategist. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, number two, we have the almighty Ken Oforiatta, I call him AKA One Program, One Board. Mr. Speaker, we also have Governor Ernest Addison, AKA the printer, who prints money for the government. Mr. Speaker, what a solid economic mismanagement.
I was so why did you say no? If you were here, why did you say no? I have been here all morning. I had no idea what you meant by the very beginning. Minister, do you really listen to yourself when you are talking?
This is the same Atu Forcing. Atu, is it the same you? Is it Atu Forcing? Hey, Atu. Hey, Atu. Hey, Atu Forcing. Were you not the person who could not draw down on the CDB loan? Were you not the one who could not implement successfully the IMF facility that disbursement seized? Are you not the same person? Yes, I tell you on authority.
As from tomorrow. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
But this is by way of an old haunt of yours, so you're familiar with it. And as you know, the statute provides that the incumbent has to vacate these premises the day before. So the whole place is ready for your occupation, both here and the office. But I thought that it was important that we should do this formality for the country to see that the whole process of the transition is working according to the letter and spirit of the law, and that we're now ready for your administration to take over the affairs of the country. So I'm very happy to see you, and that I think the work of the transition has now virtually been completed. They've had their final meeting. That's the information that I've had. I believe I'm right in saying that. Yeah. And then all the other outstanding matters of the transition, Article 71, office holders, all these are now going to be dealt with by the Parliament. I've written to them my comments on the proposals that the Emoluments Committee sent to me. So we're in shape. Yeah. The country is waiting for you as from tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. So you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice President-elect, you're welcome, and the rest of it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. And it's a privilege to be here with you on the day before we have the inauguration. I want to thank you and your side of the transition team, Chief of Staff, for what has been a cordial and smooth transition. And we do think that we are quite ready, you know, with the information we have to start to work immediately after we finish the inauguration tomorrow. It is conventional to meet on the last day and as it were, take over, you know, the premises. The last time I was president, I didn't live here, and so you are the first occupant of this premises, even though I'm familiar with the geography of it. Yeah, but I want to thank you for what has been a smooth transition, and you can count on us, you know, even in government, that will continue the spirit of cooperation. And so thank you again very much, Nana, and I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Lieutenant General. Yes, sir. Another one.
So, Mr. President, I'll begin first. I want to congratulate you on behalf of the Military High Command for leading our country for 8 years in an exceptional way, and especially when it comes to those of us in the security services. We've never witnessed this before. It's unprecedented in the annals of the Ghana Armed Forces. The level of development, the level of equipping it with resources, which enabled us, the commanders, to be able to work effectively to conduct expansion of the Ghana Armed Forces and be able to resource ourselves to fulfill the mandate and to keep this country stable. And we learned a lot of lessons out of your leadership, and it's something that we cherish so much. We thank you very much for your leadership. Mr. President, last but not least, was the announcement at Parliament House about our elevation to our various ranks. Mine to the General, the Service Chiefs to Lieutenant General, and the Chief of Staff also to Lieutenant General. Mr. President, on behalf of all of them, once again I express our gratitude, our appreciation for elevating us. I know that this brings about a lot of responsibility. We thank you so much, and God bless you. Mr. President, well done. Thank you very much.
All right, so those are excerpts from His Excellency, the quarters of the outgoing President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, visited by governors, the Ghana Armed Forces, and also His Excellency, the incoming President, John Dramani Mahama, who was being assured that the Jubilee House has been prepared and is set for his occupancy. So we'll be looking forward to all that, how that preparation is going to go as the transition continues. And yesterday was a little interesting in Parliament, where a little drama erupted when one of the MPs elect had received a court order not to partake in the voting of the Speaker of Parliament. But Ernest Kumi, so-called, stood up, owned up, led by the then outgoing majority leader, Alexander Fenyomakin. According to the law, I think it was Article 125 that was quoted by the Clerk of Parliament, and it was said that he is going to stand up to it, whatever consequences the courts, he will be liable to, should he partake in the voting exercise. He's ready to face that consequences. So, Parliament will have to disassociate itself from his statement and leave him to it. We'll have the explanation to all that, as we'll have some of the reps with us on the platform this morning. But Alban Babing also made a statement, after the whole exercise, and he says that it will be, the ninth Parliament, I must say, will be an experience of diplomacy, and it will guide Ghana. It's experience and diplomacy they're going to use to run the Parliament, to run Ghana to the next level. So let's have, the statements made by the Speaker of Parliament.
My own view is, and just a minute, an unsolicited advice is not taken. An unsolicited advice is not taken. Honorable members, Parliament accordingly stands dissolved at 12 midnight in accordance with Article 1131 of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no, Mr. Speaker, this matter.
So, honorable members, I proceed
Mr. Speaker,
to suspend the sitting until our elders say that before the flood water gets to the sun was already aware the flood water was coming. With this, sitting is accordingly suspended.
All right, so that's a few excerpts from the House, but we'll take you to the Independence Square. Okay, so that's the fee that we have at the square. And I can tell you that almost everybody there is seen clad in white. I think it's a beautiful thing. The observers who have decided to throng the Independence Square to support, most of them wearing white, and already started jubilating. I'm sure we'll have, the program underway pretty shortly. We'll start around 10 a.m. Let's see how fast we can go through that before the sun really makes us all tired and stressed out. But that's the feed from the Independence Square, where the inauguration exercise by historic antecedents is going to happen. Today won't be any exception. It's going to happen at the same square. So let's see how all that plays out. Metro TV will bring you all the details, the live feed from the scene. But also, take note that the police has also some arrangements for the public. Okay, so the police has some arrangements for the public, and we have to take note. It says security arrangements for the swearing in of President-elect and Vice President-elect on 7th January 2025. The Ghana Police Service wishes to inform the general public that adequate security measures have been put in place in Accra and across the country for the swearing in of the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and the Vice President-elect, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, tomorrow, the 7th of January 2025, which is today. And as part of the measures, there will be intermittent road blocks, restrictions and traffic diversions in some parts of Accra. The geographical areas around Akwaje interchange through the AU roundabout, State House, Osu Cemetery, traffic lights, Accra Sports Stadium, the Independence Square, Black Star Square, Ministries traffic lights, Customs headquarters traffic lights area, and the Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue are considered security operational parameters for the purposes of the event. So, just in case you're actually moving around these areas, just note that should there be any redirection, it means that the police is taking a security check. There's going to be some arrangements, special arrangements just for today in those areas, if those are the areas you usually use. Roads in the security operational parameter would therefore be closed to both human and vehicular traffic from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, that's today, take notes, today, Tuesday, January 7, 2025. The specific roads which will be closed to the public are 28 February Road from Customs headquarters towards the Castle Road Junction, both sides of roads from Osu Cemetery traffic lights, on the local streets towards the AU roundabout, Starlet's 91 Road from the Ministries traffic lights intersection towards the Accra Sports Stadium. Additionally, motorists are advised to take note of the following diversions. So we have some diversions as well. Traffic from the 28th February Road emanating from Laboni, Osu towards the Central Business District CBD will be diverted onto the Salem Avenue traffic lights at the Castle traffic lights to the link up to link up with Osu, the Oxford Street, and traffic from the John Evans Atamil Street towards the Independence Black Star Square will be diverted to the Liberia Road at the Customs Headquarters traffic light intersection to the National Theatre traffic light intersection. Motorists from the local street towards the Castle Road should use the Ajumaku and Oxford Streets. Traffic from the AU roundabout towards the Castle Road through the Osu Cemetery traffic lights shall be diverted to the Abdul Diop and King Hassan Road to link with the Abdul Nasser Gamel Road in front of the Ghana Institute of Journalism. So here's a video of what the police actually said.
Measures, there will be intermittent roadblocks, restrictions and traffic diversions in some parts of Accra. The geographical areas around Akweje interchange through the AU roundabout, State House, Osu Cemetery traffic light, Accra Sports Stadium, the Independence Square, Ministries traffic light, Customs Headquarters traffic light area, and the Gamal Abdul Nasser Avenue are considered security operational perimeter for the purposes of this event. Roads in the security operational perimeter would therefore be closed to both human and vehicular traffic from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, 7 January 2025. The specific roads which will be closed to the public are the 28th February Road from Customs Headquarters towards Castle Road Junction. Both sides of the road from the Osu Cemetery traffic light on the local street towards the AU roundabout. Starlet 91 Road from the Ministry's traffic light intersections towards the Accra Sports Stadium. Additionally, motorists are advised to take note of the following traffic diversions. Traffic from the 28th February Road emanating from Laboni and Osu towards the Central Business District will be diverted onto the Salem Avenue traffic light and the Castle traffic light to link up with the Oxford Street. Traffic from John Evans at Mills High Street towards the Independence Square will be diverted to the Liberia Road at the Customs Headquarters traffic light intersection to the National Theatre traffic light intersection. Motorists from local streets towards the Castle Road should use the Ajumaku and Oxford Streets. Traffic from the AU roundabout towards the Castle Road through the Osu Cemetery traffic light shall be diverted onto the Abdul Diop and Ken Hassan roads to link with the Abdul Nasser Gamer Road in front of the Ghana Institute of Journalism. The public is encouraged to attend the ceremony as parking spaces will be available at the forecourt of the State House, Ifwa Sutherland Park, and the premises of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Residents within the security operational perimeter, invited dignitaries, motorists, pedestrians, and the general public are advised to use alternative routes, follow traffic directives from the police, and adhere to security measures put in place for the swearing-in. Meanwhile, security arrangements are also in place for the swearing-in of members of Parliament-elect and the Speaker of Parliament today, 6th January 2025, at the Parliament House.
All right, you're welcome back to the program. So we're having a special coverage of the inauguration exercise today, and it's going to start around 10 a.m. We'll bring you the full coverage here on Metro TV. Stick with us as we go through that and also the discussion that, follows. And guess that will be with us and the things that they will have to say. Definitely, we will go through all that. And like I said yesterday or last night, there was the exercise of Parliament moving from the 8th section into the 9th Parliament, and interesting happenings also there. We'll get into those areas. But let me now introduce a guest to you. We have Dr. Adomako Kisi. Dr. Adomako Kisi is now the Anya Soto Member of Parliament, former. Say that right? Former MP for the Anya Soto constituency. And also, Kojo Chumbuafo. Kojo Chumbuafo is also a former executive secretary for the Ghana Free Zones Board, now the Ghana Free Zones Authority. And he's joined us here in his green kente, green and white.
Black, red, and white.
Okay, maybe the camera should capture you so we see
flowers
the
and
is it everything. A special kente made? I mean, when my eyes first caught you, I thought it was just some green.
This is not just. This is Ghana going green. So he's a replica of Ghana's current state of affairs. Anachum, and this are. It is the near fra.
It speaks for itself.
One can, I won't tell.
Now they won't blow.
And I won't blow, you know. Welcome. Good morning to you as well, and congratulations.
Congratulations to everybody in Ghana.
All right, we wish you all the best.
Including Dr. Adomako Kisi. He goes back to do what he does best, which is save lives.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he was still saving lives while he was in Parliament. Huh?
Yeah.
Did you see the video, the Parliament fight video when he was saving lives in Parliament? He prevented or tried.
His father saved my uncle's life. Okay. So
I think you said
I know the family well. So
okay, you know, this is our video, right? You have to give us that video. I want to show you how he was saving lives in Parliament.
he does a lot of good work. I don't know why he
to be conducted into a chamber.
And you have to pay attention to the details of the video. Then you see where.
I don't think I even know which of the videos they're going to show, but I'm very curious.
Now we play. You will see. So let's have our brief documentary video. Yes. Then we'll see how Dr. Adomako Kisi was trying to save the lives of MPs who had gone gaga.
Okay. I remember that one. That one. I think we made it to BBC.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Oh, very unfortunate portions of. But there's a bit that was Ninoy.
Yes, I saw Ninoy.
That's Ninoy. That's Ninoy. Boom.
In fact, Ninoy was not saving lives.
So he was preventing.
He was not preventing.
Is that you in the white dog?
Yeah. No, that's Ninoy. Tema Central.
Oh, okay.
I was in suit that
Yes,
day.
you were in suit. Where is that one? Okay. I think we have another bit that he was very obvious. He was captured clearly. We're going to do that. Now, well, let me do this.
Oh yeah, we get him. I didn't get the privilege of going to get him, so I can comment.
Thank God.
So, no matter how sad I am that this is not my school, Ifa Secondary School to be precise. Before I mention your school, I have to mention my school first.
The air is better up there.
Better. I mean, you wake up on Ifa campus, you wake up to trees covered with
mist.
With mists. And it's so beautiful. You stand there, you take a picture, and it looks like.
Yeah, even to today. The place has been more or less polluted with incoming. The air is still different up there.
Yes.
Up to today, if you have a home up in the hills, you don't even need a mosquito net.
No.
Because mosquitoes can't survive there.
No. So if you didn't school on the mountains, you missed. It's one of the nicest, neatest, cleanest, sweetest, place you can ever actually attend secondary school. and very away from a lot of noise.
Oh, okay.
So that's Nifa Secondary School. So before I mention the school that's not my school, let me praise my school. Because me too, my school has done.
And when you finish, praise mine.
Oh, by your school, okay, what have they done?
We've given you 4 presidents.
Hey.
Motown.
Motown.
We gave you independence.
Motown.
You want me to go on?
Wait, don't go there. You wait.
That's more than
today is special. So let's.
But we also gave you Ken Ofuriatta.
You have given us presidents, but we haven't seen anything.
We also gave you Ken Ofuriatta. So we are the good, the bad, and the ugly.
You have it all. I saw a video of I think 89 group or so recently doing some.
What were they doing?
They were doing some celebration, get together.
Yeah, I'm 86.
Okay, so it's a special day. Achimota, thank you. Motown, you guys have done well. Yeah, you're giving us 4 presidents. We haven't seen anything yet.
President Mahama went to primary school at Achimota.
Oh, he did?
Before.
Oh, okay. But his secondary school was in.
But for the 1960s,
yeah, I think he
1966
said his
school,
father
he would have gone to secondary school there as well.
His father required that he change at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the history that's been made today, definitely, we've talked about it. We've shared a lot of knowledge and
How
insight
old are they?
about it. I don't know how old they are. This doesn't have. Okay, this is. Okay, so it's 1836. So do the math for us. 1836.
I wasn't born then.
Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. So Wegehe is the school. And we want to celebrate you today. So a Wegehe old students brought me the scarf. As much as I fear that my school will come for me, let's all join. Just celebrate them for today. Tomorrow you can celebrate.
You can go back to free SHS.
Yeah. I mean, nobody holds
literally 188 years.
188 years. Okay. So after 188 years of existence, Wegehe has produced a vice president, a female vice president for that matter, being the first female gender to hold that office. We really want to see something
in Ghana.
different. In Ghana, yes. So we celebrate you. Thank you for doing this for us. Professor Nana Jane definitely, without a doubt, has been an inspiration to a lot, if not all, because I see a lot of very negative posts on social media about her, and it's rather unfortunate. I will just take my own independent position and opinion and spouses here and tell you that it's rather unfortunate how some of you have decided to disrespect this woman the way you're doing. And it's not that you're disrespecting her over works and criticizing her constructively. You are just going personally and attacking her personal life. I mean, I just don't get it. And so what? She's vice president.
Welcome to politics.
That's true, though. That's true. Somebody has actually christened
Annie,
this year's election
you see,
as a game of, as a game of thrones. We're seeing a lot of things, but also the 2020, what's it called? The 2020, the 9th Parliament will also be a place to really look out for in the next session. So we'll be seeing a lot of things because some games are happening in the political world. We're reading it, and as and when it unfolds, definitely we'll be here.
So drama.
By God's grace, and we'll be talking about them. So Wegehe, congratulations to you, and congratulations to the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. We thank you for the opportunity. I don't know if you have a word for
Chum wanted to say
yes,
something.
Yes, he wanted to say something.
It's just yet another first by Auntie Nana, as I affectionately, and most of us who have a personal relationship with her call her. And she simply wants to be known as Auntie Nana.
I think let your mic go down a bit. Yeah. Right.
Like I said, it's yet another first by Auntie Nana, as most of us who know her call her. Let's not forget she was the first female vice chancellor in this country. She did an exemplary job at the Ministry of Education. Quiet, exemplary, no noise, just juice. That's what she did. Under her, we got the University Hospital at Cape Coast University. And you see, I think some people are simply quiet achievers. But the disrespect that you see on social media started with her successor, Napo. He was the one who started disrespecting her publicly. And then he had to retract all the disrespect. Of course, if you have that kind of character, you go ahead and you go and disrespect Kwame Nkrumah and damage your campaign. But for me, Auntie Nana is a trailblazer. And like she said, the day they won the election, she said she's going to hold the door open for young ladies who dream and who aspire to be able to crash into that glass ceiling that says women are not good enough to do certain things. I mean, we the men have completely screwed up this country over the last so many years. We've completely messed it up. And I hope to see the day that the very women who look after children when we father them and run away take control of this country and run it better than we have, because the men have completely destroyed the country. I mean, we live in a country where a certain group of men sat down and decided to bilk $12 billion of our savings to pay for a gambling debt. And it's one of the reasons why we are sitting here today. One of the reasons why Dr. Dumaku, my good friend Dr. Dumaku, is now an ex-parliamentarian. Because if they had governed properly, maybe we would still have been in parliament. But no disrespect to you. I know you are an excellent human being, and I wish you well. I just hope that you go back to doing what you used to do and forget those politicians in your party, because they don't mean well. They shouldn't have removed you from parliament in the first place. and you are not in parliament because you are a moderate. If you were a radical singing the James Brown tunes, you would still have been in parliament. But incidentally, for those people, those in your party who were beholden to the extremism of the last 8 years, notice the demeanor of the president yesterday. After he lost the election in such an abysmal manner, then his moderateness came out. Yesterday, the president looked like the fuzzy grandfather that everybody wanted him to be, right? Not the ultra-rightist, fascist government that we've seen. He was very gracious, right?
Yesterday?
Yeah, so he saved his best for last. He's like Whitney Houston.
As in when he was meeting?
Exactly.
Okay.
Ever since they lost the election, a certain moderateness has dropped over this president, and he's finally realized that the people who gave him the power upon promise are the same people who have taken it away from his party. And he has reduced his party to also runs in parliament. Today, as we speak, the NDC parliament, the LDC parliamentarians in the 9th parliament can do anything and everything they want. But I hope they don't do that, because history, past, and the present is telling us that Ghanaians are not going to take, pardon my French, any BS from politicians. When they give you power, use it for their benefit. Otherwise, they will take it away. The MPP have lost their strongest seat by numbers, Domiko Abinya to the NDC. If you don't understand statistics, the odds of NDC winning that seat on any given day is like the second coming. It's like Jesus coming again. And we managed to win it. Not only that, look at the kinds of pressure NDC mounted on all their safe seats in the Greater Accra region and in the peri-urban and peri-urban regions. You don't need to be a soothsayer to understand what the people of Ghana are saying. The young people who don't have work, who are told that you have work, right? You have people like Ojo Ponkuma sitting on TV and telling us that they have made available 3 million jobs. The population of this country is 32 million. So if you have made 3 million jobs available to the young people in this country, that's at least a 10% employment rate, not even counting young people and those who don't work and those who don't want to work. So let's stop gaslighting the populace. Let's stop telling them that what they think they know and what they are telling us is not what they know. And Annie, I want to make an appeal to you, a charge to you guys in the media. Don't forget to remind the NDC how they got here. The NDC got here upon the slipstream of bad governance. Yes, we mounted a very strong campaign, a very potent campaign, right? When we were telling them that we're not going to go to court, they didn't understand what we're telling them. But it also presupposes that if we come to power and behave like Dr. Aduma Kikisi and his gang, we will end up suffering the same fate.
Yeah.
All right. So let me use this opportunity since I'm here, a day after handover, let me put it that way, to thank everybody who was involved in my successful work in Parliament for the past 4 years. And let me also use the opportunity to ask for forgiveness on the toes on which I may have stepped. The nature of this work, as you express your opinion, whether you like it or not, some people will be aggrieved, and that's the nature of governance. I would also, more importantly, appreciate my constituents, that's the Anyanso Tom folks, who gave me the opportunity to serve them in the capacity of their MP. And let me say that I learned quite a lot. And one thing is very clear. What you wish for and governance can be very different. And as I sit here, what is very clear in my mind is that my only advice to President-elect John Dramani Mahama is that even in politics, those who work so hard to bring you to power might not necessarily be the best foot forward in terms of governance.
Yeah.
And I need to remind the NDC that yes, it's important to reward people, but this is not necessarily the spoils of war, where then people can go in and grab anything. I would only hope that since Ghanaians have spoken, and they spoke quite clearly, even if you are tone deaf, I think the numbers are so glaring, and as Chumbuafo has just stated this morning, under no circumstance should we have lost Dominic Kwabena to the NDC, but as fate would have it, and as governance didn't go the way many Ghanaians were hoping for, we indeed succumbed to a defeat in a very stronghold of the MPP. Very unfortunate. But I stated on another show that we are only lending it to them for a brief moment. Certainly, I'll be surprised if the NDC is able to hold on to Dominic Kwabena for another term. In fact, it will be one of my projects to ensure that whatever is needed for our grassroots to have faith in the MPP again will be done. And that is my commitment moving forward, to help bring the MPP back to what we truly are, and exhibit to Ghanaians that we've had some reflection. We are sorry for any sins we may have committed, and that we certainly are bouncing back and going back to our founding principles, which is literally government by the people and for the people, and our interest will not be personal. Our interest will be largely for what's good for the country, and I think that yes, Chumwafo has made a very profound statement here, which I believe in, and in a way he's reiterating what Otumfo also said, that people will look literally at their dissatisfaction and vote you out. So half of the job may have been the NDC's formidable strategies or communication, but a good chunk of it, I think, was a vote of no confidence in how we conducted business as government. And I believe that there are many lessons learned, and it will be almost unbelievable, unimaginable if the MPP does not correct some of our wrongs. I can almost assure Ghanaians it's humanly impossible to correct all of our wrongs, but we will certainly come up again. We may be down, but we're not out. And I strongly believe that our ability to do good for Ghana will be shown and demonstrated in the next 4 years. And I wish the new government well. And let me add that this will be an opportunity for us to show that you can be patriotic and still be in opposition to some of the government programs that may be doled out. And it has to be done in a very, let me say, positive, deviant way. And that is what I can assure the NDC government, that even for some of us who may not be at the center of parliamentary debate, we will mete out appropriate examination of whatever work. Oh, okay. Whatever work that the NDC in the next foreseeable, maybe how many? There are 4 quarters in a year, so literally 4 times 4, 16 quarters in the next future. But Ghanaians will judge them just within the next 2 years, and that one is assured. I think one of the unfortunate bits that happened to some of us is that in the second term, our presidency put on hold almost a year executive work in all of our various constituencies, and I lost literally a year of developmental work, and many MPs lost 1 year where the MCs were asked to wait and not spend more than 50,000 a month.
Because there was no money, though.
Well, I mean,
our finance minister had gambled with the finances.
I think gambling is a very strong word.
It is not strong. That's exactly.
It's a very strong word.
I don't know how Kwekukwateng describes it.
I was going to say, thank you so much. You see,
but if Kwekukwateng, who was the
by
former,
any other name, is still a rose. Okay.
All right.
You don't put it any other way.
Well,
if you go and hedge our finances and hedge our debts, take charge of what do you call it, of statutory funds, and enact legislation and like the capping and realignment legislation, one of the most moribund legislations ever enacted in the history of this country. What you are doing is you are gambling with our finances. And so when the markets changed, we had a problem.
Yeah.
That is called gambling. Gambling does not necessarily mean you went to sit at a casino and do chips on
I'm
the
with
table.
you. I'm a Vegas person. I love Vegas.
And what we are trying to do, incidentally, what we are trying to do is somehow sanitize
and that's
what Kenoforiata and Charles Eduboahene have done.
Agreed. But either
and
way,
instead of sanitizing them, right, they need to be in this studio today apologizing to Ghanaians, not you. Because when people like you stood up against it, it's the reason why you're not in parliament.
So you see,
were one of the parliamentary rebels,
yes,
no?
Yes.
So
I'm not rebels, but we stood against.
So yesterday we had. You watched the show yesterday.
Yes, of course.
We had.
Come on, you know that. I sent you a message. You didn't read it.
I was pressed for time. Apologies. I'll read it today. So we actually had one of your reps, your lady reps, Hajia Rabi.
Okay.
Rabiatu on the
fantastic
platform.
Lady.
I mean, she did same. When you started with the apology, I was actually surprised. It looks as though after about 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the elections, reality is setting in.
For some of us.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the correction.
For some of us.
Okay, thank you for the correction.
And admittedly, listen.
And like you said, I was thinking that the president, considering how the voting pattern went, should have been the one to see that.
But he says the president's demeanor has changed, and communication.
The demeanor changed, but
when he was presenting the SONA
in the SONA
yes,
to apologize
I was
for
expecting
the
it
mess
at the
that
SONA.
he has created. Look, Doc, I told you that a rose by any other name is still a rose.
Yeah.
If you organize a shakedown of the savings of the people of this country, and what it was a shakedown, right? And you collect $12 billion from us to pay a gambling debt, you should have at least have the good graces to apologize to us on your way out.
I think
and not only did they do that, they actually made a profit. Kenoforiata and Charles Eduboahene are the only ones who made a profit from the shakedown.
Let me ask you this. You're good with English language. If someone says that this is regrettable, can it be taken as an apology?
What is regrettable?
Well, in the president's statement, he made reference to the Boko issue. He made reference to DDP, and he indicated that, well, it's regrettable that this happened, but it was necessary for us to, go on the
That is literally...
Why was it
so
necessary?
is that an apology?
Why was it necessary?
It became
it's
necessary.
It's a high-handed apology. What was it necessary? Why was it necessary?
Well, I think it was not the platform for him to break down the whys. It was just a summary of what has happened in his tenure.
Annie, many people have lost livelihoods. Many people
and lives.
have lost their lives. Doc, and I'm glad you are a medical officer. You are aware that the life expectancy of a Ghanaian woman is 67. That of a Ghanaian man is 62. I'm going to be 56 in 6 months.
You don't look it.
Thank you. At our ages, a lot of itinerant medical issues set in. Hypertension. Diabetes, because of our lifestyle. The
bone pain.
Because most of us want to go and sit at the chop bar and eat bush meat, right?
Very tasty.
And but not very healthy. And you know what diabetes leads to? Kidney disease. If
it contributes.
You know what hypertension leads to? All kinds of problems. For most African men, prostate issues. For the women, you need to be careful with breast cancer. You need to hypertension. As far as our diet. So most people, and you know that past the age of 50, most people are hypertensive.
Yeah.
So when your savings have been bilked, and you cannot you cannot afford the X-Forges and the Fasigas of this world, what's going to happen? And nobody needs to die of hypertension. Nobody needs to die of hypertension because it's easily manageable. Nobody needs to die of diabetes. Diabetes doesn't need to transform itself into kidney disease because it is manageable. But if somebody has taken away your ability to purchase those drugs and do your lab tests and what have you, and they tell you that come for your money when you are 87, what's that supposed to mean?
But admittedly, I think our finance
Then he
minister...
tells us it was necessary.
Our finance minister...
If he had listened to us... No, let me not say he had listened to us. If he had listened to you and your fellow MPs. My friend, Apia Kubi.
Andy.
I used to work with him at the ministry.
Correct.
A lot of people don't know him, but he's a very straight-up person.
Too straight up.
That's his problem. For most people who are straight up, they always get into trouble, like me. Andy, as MPP as he is, I had a conversation with him. Asked him. Said, no, I'm all in with him. I'm all in with him. I told him, I remember. I told him Akufo-Addo will destroy this country. Oh, Mulyasana Mutembi before this. You know the way his gruff voice before the NDC for this. When this man stood up against what was going on, he was poisoned.
Alleged.
No. His own words. I am not.
Yes.
Hold on.
Even his words. Even his own accounts.
He didn't shy away.
Yes, but
this is real.
He's given his accounts that he was poisoned. Yes, but who did? We don't know.
Oh.
And he cannot tell us just by word of mouth that the
MPP
poisoned him.
You see, connect the dots. You are a very, very good journalist. When he was sick in hospital, some people arrived and they were going to take him to Accra. And the doctors told his wife, if this man leaves this place, he will not get to Accra. I'm not making up conspiracy. You see, itemize all the people who were against the so-called ringleaders. What happened to them? Even though Andy won his primaries, an independent candidate, as we know. That is the genesis of the problem with that lot that was ruling this country. They don't appreciate anything. Are you oblivious of the fact that at your last cabinet meeting, Ken Oforiatta was there? What was he doing there?
Concluding remarks.
He didn't conclude after he was supposedly sacked. A few weeks after he was sacked, he was leading our team to...
But he was not sacked, technically.
Like I said, arose by any other name is still arose. I'm not here to sugarcoat anything because I'm a victim of the DDEP. I have elderly parents at home who are watching today.
Because going by was just by saying connecting the dots. If I connect the dots, he was not sacked.
Okay. Like I said, arose by any other name is still arose. That's the team for today. However you want to, however you want to match it, this is still what it is. He was no more there. And the man who was supposed to be the finance minister, Amin Anta, was not leading our delegation to spring meetings. It was a former finance minister. So
he was handling the international bit.
And when you people asked the president to remove him, what did the president say? He said when he was looking for money for him to win the election, none of you were there.
Unfortunate statement.
Thank you.
Unfortunate.
I have stronger description of it, but since you make it, I won't.
Unfortunate statement.
You know, my family people have ruined this country. You know they're my family. Right?
Well,
their family, our family.
We're all connected, one way or the other.
I'm talking about.
I'm saying that one way or the other, we're all connected.
Stay in your lane.
But be it as it may, I think today is a beautiful day.
A man who was one of the first.
Today is a beautiful day.
No, it is a beautiful day.
A very beautiful day.
It is not out of place for us to have a recall. Because today, people like Dr. Jekum, one of the first pharmacists to obtain a PhD in this country, right, worked his whole life to set up Kama Industries, died a pauper. You see, Doc, I need you to put in context
what has happened.
Why Dr. Baumia got 38.2%.
You need me to do that here?
No, I'm saying
okay.
Put it in context.
Yes.
Because I know you're a smart man.
Well,
it's not easy to go to medical school, so you're smart. I need you to understand why, especially your votes in the urban and peri-urban areas, why it took a complete nosedive. And some of you are saying, they didn't show up. But if your people didn't show up to vote, that's even worse than them coming out to vote against you.
Oh, yes. Like I said, it's a vote of no confidence.
What has happened in this country has rewritten the electoral map and what we believe as politicians to be electioneering. Many people, and Annie, where we come from, right? Many people are birthed
into their parties.
Thank you. Right? So there are people, when you go to my hometown in Ekopon, there are people who are sitting there who haven't worked in 1,000 years. But when the election comes around, they still vote. What happens elsewhere? But this year, the NDC won a brief.
Yeah.
Up himself, comfortably.
Because of some internal rifts too.
It is, what causes the internal rift?
I can brief you.
No, it's, listen, it is the economy.
Well, it's a contributory factor.
Why is Anodon Press still struggling? What I'm trying to tell you is that there is a certain something that went on, that has gone on within the last 8 years, that you people in the NDC close your minds to.
MPP.
Yeah, because you were governing the country.
Oh, you said NDC, that's what I'm saying.
No, MPP, sorry. Some of us ad nauseum try to tell you that it's not just politics as usual, but you people are running this country down. We live in a country where we cannot pay NAPCO. And then the president of this republic has no problem renting an aircraft. And once again, his breakdowns and buccaneers jump into the aircraft and run around all over
after election, no campaign.
No, so, I'm saying that prior to Ghanaians getting upset.
Okay.
Right? Instead of using that money to start an airline so that the young people can find work, you use it to hire somebody's private aircraft, jump into it, and go from pillar to post. And go being around the world like I. And we are where we are.
That's like a beautiful song,
sleeping in £22,000 a night hotels.
Wow.
Right?
Discounted.
Discounted from where?
Discounted. So,
discounted from where?
So are you playing?
No. Back to my point.
Are you seriously saying discounted?
What business? What business does a president of a deprived country like Ghana have going to sleep in the Prince Alexander suite in Mayfair and pay £22,000 a night on our account?
Let me.
When you were president, were you sleeping there?
I think that there's always a bit of a challenge when it comes to these topics, and let me make a few points on that. You see, I'm of a firm belief that we always need to look at the office held by. We need to look at the office held by some of our people. I'm not saying that it is necessarily right that the president be comfortable when he travels in terms of where he stays or not. I'm expecting that when John Dramani Mahama travels out of the shores of this country to do business for the state, he should be provided with the necessary accoutrement which will make his life comfortable. And we should separate that whole idea of the individual from the office. And that is my humble
President
plea.
Mahama has been president before. And I was an active part of his government.
Correct.
I am telling you that President Mahama, even if you offered him a £22,000 suite in Claridge's, he will refuse it outright.
Agreeable.
Agreeable.
I'm not saying that it's.
I agree with you.
Necessarily.
I agree with you that there are provisions that should be made for the president for their security, for the fact that they are the leader of this country. But I am talking about the outlandish.
That I agree.
Like putting your chair in an empty SUV.
I think,
there are certain things
okay.
that have epoch.
Just allow him to make the point.
No. Annie, it's your tax money, it's my tax money.
All of us.
Exactly.
All of us.
There are certain things that are epoch-making. And they may not necessarily be that expensive compared to all the other things. But it's the drip that makes the cup full. Look, where are you from?
I'm Eastern Region total.
I'm sure the road to your hometown, there are certain stretches of it that are
deplorable. Yes.
So can you tell me what business we have? Spending $250 million building a new headquarters for the Bank of Ghana. For the same governor who has printed 86 billion Ghana cedis with his HP printer and put us in 54% inflation.
Okay, so you're obviously bringing up all the issues that probably Ghanaians had.
Because today the NDC is
in power.
From this morning, President Mahama is in power. And I pray to God that we don't venture to come any close to what Dr. Dumako and his people have done.
Okay, let me make it. Let him make it. Hold on there. He'll respond to some of the things.
Just to get us back to, I think, what today really is about. I think to help Chumbuafo, Ghanaians looked at all the decisions that were made by President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and his, shall I say, actors, and decided on December 7th to, as it is, give us a vote of no confidence, and we lost very heavily. In fact, I prefer to use the word colossal. A colossal loss, unimaginable. We thought it was impossible to lose in such manner, but it has happened. I don't want to belabor all the, as it is, decisions that landed us here. But I think that maybe a few very potent ones that affected us. Second term decision on the Speaker was one of the monumental impacts in terms of our governance, and the fact that we literally lost the speakership to the opposition party. And leading up to that, some members were very hesitant about the choice that the president made. And in hindsight, I think that is unfortunate. That was a very huge loss to the MPP's administration to have to do business with an opposition Speaker of Parliament. The Speaker, based on his experience since 1993 to date, in terms of his law education and his work in Parliament for over 28 years, was almost like 20 members of Parliament, in addition to the NDC's 137. And I think it was a very unfortunate decision because of, and I'm saying this because of the outcome of the election of the speakership.
I'm sorry, I want to get it straight. Unfortunate decision to have chosen the speaker. Which speaker?
Michael Okoye.
Michael Okoye.
He was the MPP's nomination.
Yes.
And we had internal rifts, and people had told the president that they didn't like him. For a second term. Mm-hmm. And I think that that ended up showing in how the votes went. And we lost it to
Alban Bagbin.
And I'm saying today on record that one of our monumental decisions that cost us
was that decision.
That is one, because
Okay, so which was the wrong decision? The fact that some of your members voted Alban, or the fact that the president nominated Michael
The
Kwe?
fact that members told the president that they didn't like Michael
And he didn't
Kwe,
listen.
and we didn't listen.
Okay.
You know, and the fact that we
What
presented.
did he ever listen to?
Well, I'm just making my key points here. So that impacted many governmental decisions, like the e-levy and how it was carried out, and many other decisions in the chamber, which were impacted largely because of the speaker we had. And I take my hats off for Carlos Ahenkra. I think he really gauged what was ahead of us in terms of the challenge the presidency will have, or the executive will have, or the MPP administration will have, by having a speaker
from the other side.
With
your comment surprised me, because first of all, Carlos Ahenkra should not be hailed for what he did.
No, I said I'd
second of all.
This is politics we're doing.
But second of all,
I'm not hailing him that what he did in the glaring eye of the public was necessarily correct. But from a political standpoint, I must say that it is very obvious to me that he knew the impact that having Alan Bagbin, who's, like I'm saying here on record, like 20 members of parliament, based on his experience, was going to have on government business in the next 4 years. And that is why I'm saying that, for me, it's egregious.
So my second point, which is why I'm against what you're saying, is that have you listened to your now minority leader, Afenyo Markin?
With reference to? With
reference to Speaker Paping.
No.
I mean, he was one of the lone voices from your side as a leader who fought for Paping to be maintained. And he openly in Parliament spoke out loudly and told the Speaker that some of your people want you out, but make sure you maintain him. He's good. He's promoting the MP's welfare.
Ali, please. We are having a serious conversation here.
No, that's unfair to but it's not Afenyo Markin. No, hold on.
You're not appreciating what I'm saying.
No, but that is also unfair to Afenyo Markin. He is from Afenyo Markin's side. And Afenyo Markin as his leader.
Let me tell you why it's not serious. Afenyo Markin is the same person who told us that spiritually it was wrong for him to sit in the minority seat.
Why is that not serious?
Does that sound serious to you? Where is he sitting now?
Well,
so if you would hear me out.
Do you expect to see spirits on a daily basis?
Another thing. Afenyo Markin was in Parliament when, on the record, at least a net of one person from his side decided they didn't want Michael Kwe. You see, there's always been this narrative, right, which is completely unstochastic, that one traitor from the NPP side came and voted for the NDC. It's not true, or may not be true. It is a net of one. So 10 MPP MPs could have voted for NDC, and 9 NDC MPs could have voted for the MPP. The net product was 1. It is so targeting Dr. Abdumaku Kisi or targeting Adwa Safu, who is the favorite suspect, or Kennedy Japan, or whoever they think the suspect is wholly inaccurate.
Agreed.
What Afenyo Markin should do is to be contrite. The contrition is still not there. Less the day you have heard him listing the things that they'll be holding the NDC for. Why haven't you been holding the Akufo-Addo? You have been doing the Akufo-Addo's bidding like a lapdog. Why are you now holding John Mahama before he has even sworn in?
So back to my key point, Chum, is that was a very unfortunate decision, and it has cost us. Second in line for me, quite remarkable, was when 90 plus members of parliament within our own party told Mr. President that we felt strongly that the confidence that people had in our finance minister had waned, and that it was important, based on even financial code of conduct, that when your exchequer takes you into bankruptcy, they are let go. I mean, this is a worldwide standard, and I believe that we all ascribe or subscribe to globally accepted financial accounting practices. And literally, that for me was also a very unfortunate bit. So these are some of the two, I think, critical decisions that have cost us. And certainly, what is even remarkable is the fact that when we stood up and asked the president to change the finance minister, we were not even aware necessarily of the indebtedness level and the fact that we would have to do debt restructuring that would even affect pensioners. I mean, my bit here is that Ghanaians have looked at all of these things. They've dished to us a cold, let me say, dish, and we are going home and we'll eat the humble pie. And when it comes to eating a humble pie, whether you like it or not, you will. And I'm happy that you've admitted that certainly Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has, toned down on a lot of things, and this in Sohe has sacred him. So we appreciate that. But I think moving forward, certainly Ghana's democracy is maturing.
Not to cut you one moment, sir.
Then heads of states are expected at the inaugural ceremony. We've just seen former president of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, who's also been monitoring our elections across some African countries, working there. So intermittently, we'll be giving you the updates. Okay, so that's him in the shots there. Yes.
So jump back to what suddenly President Akufo-Addo says, "Let's forgive each other." Seriously?
That is a very normal.
When did he discover brotherhood?
Statement. It's a very normal.
When he flat out terrorized some of us, former President Mahama appointees, including President Mahama himself.
That was politics.
No, it wasn't politics. That was
so
bestia.
let the politics continue.
So
let the politics continue. No?
Right? A former president. You sent people to turf him out of his.
It's unconfirmed.
And you
unconfirmed.
No, that's a fact.
It's unconfirmed.
Right? You don't want me to start mentioning.
Listen, Chum. If we will go there, are you going to tell me that it's the NDC that sent people to Esler's office to terrorize the place?
Oh, okay, you're referring to who sent who?
Are you saying that it's the NDC that sent people to?
Let me ask you a question.
Many locations to
let me ask
burn.
you a question.
I mean, I think let's be a bit fair to ourselves.
Doc,
I don't think the NDC.
Let me avail you of the history, and you can just consult.
No, I'm asking you.
Because what you are saying is apples and oranges. I said there was an arrangement that was brokered by a certain chief.
Okay.
A certain big chief.
Which I know, Ashanti region.
As soon as that arrangement was brokered between President Mahama and
Nana Danko
Akufo-Addo, certain elements within your party went and theft him out of his house. And then Akufo-Addo apologized, but it was all staged.
No, but my
Today
point
he has discovered that after terrorizing us, and it was flat out terror, he knows we are brothers. When did he discover brotherhood?
You can appreciate.
It was the verdict of the Ghanaian people that
you can appreciate my point here
brotherhood.
that it is a bit unfortunate to necessarily accuse, either the president or, in this case, the president-elect of dishing out some of these unfortunate post-election
What I'm saying is that what you are saying
atrocities.
is complete apples and oranges.
Well,
if you and I sit down and we have an agreement, right? And some of your henchmen go and change the agreement, yours is to call them out. And in fact, even make sure that some of them don't even get appointments. But the people who did it, when they finished, they were given the promised post in the Akufo-Addo government. That tells me that he sent them. Because he didn't like the agreement that was broken.
An allegation not proven. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it as that.
It's historical fact.
Today is a beautiful day.
I'm saying that after 8 years, No, listen.
Today is a beautiful day.
So the beautiful day is also seeing Olusegun. So
Obasanjo is there. Let's
yes.
listen. Let's listen.
So the beautiful day is also seeing Olusegun Obasanjo, who is also joined, former Nigerian president. We've seen him in the shot earlier. I'm sure we'll get back to that. You see some diplomats also there. So definitely, as and when they're working, like I said, we'll give you the introduction for you to know.
So I think today we need to commend the armed forces, the police service, immigration service, all the security services for already providing the essential traffic details which you made mention of, and also making sure that the place is safe and sound for all of these dignitaries. It is a remarkable day in Ghana's Ghana's democracy, and I must say that the ordinary voter contributed largely to this, and we need to appreciate them and the fact that power has been changing hands, and we shouldn't take it for granted. Our neighboring countries are doing something different, and Ghana continues to show faith in democracy, and I think that one of my wishes for the incoming president is that he tries to restore order in these other countries and bring them back to the table in terms of the ECOWAS treaties. Any time we lose the Malis and the other nations who have opted to leave ECOWAS, I think the ideals of Osajifo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah is impacted, and I would hope that this will be one of the defining moments of President Mahama's reign, that he makes every effort needed to resolve these issues and to bring these people back. And I pray that these coup d'etats will cease, and I will commend always Ghanaians for resolving to use the ballot more so than arms and guns.
I have issues with that. Not the coup d'etat. I'm not saying I support coup d'etat, but
which one? I
have issues with always resorting to the ballot. Even when there's a knife at my throat, I have to resort to the ballot. So in the situation where, I'm sorry, I haven't introduced Mr. Sabote. So let me introduce Daniel Sabote. He's actually the head of business school, Accra Technical University. Oh, not yet?
No.
When are you going to be? Soon.
Very soon.
Okay, we'll wait for it. Okay, soon to be.
Yes.
Okay, but he lectures at the Accra Technical University, where we've been, doing our election coverage with him all through, and also the post-election activities, all that. So you're welcome. Last night he was here, but thank you for showing up again. Very welcome to you. I was just saying that I actually have a problem with always waiting to the ballot. I don't know if I'm not one of the people who say the Constitution is a problem. I'm not one that says Constitution is a problem, because I've heard Rollins once said that if we have a good system, even if you're working with the devil, you should be able to, do something better with the country. I don't see how my old mothers and sisters, my grandfathers and grandmothers are in the streets begging for their own monies. And then we say, oh, wait, you election day, just vote them out. And this man is like 77 years old, might die tomorrow. And you say, wait, how do we have a system that has created us, or that has put us in such a difficult situation that at the point where people are at the point of death, we have a system that says, wait.
Well, a bit of tolerance is needed.
No, it is not. No, in this case, some of the situations.
Even administratively, I think you need a bit of tolerance.
That is
correct.
That's administration. I'm talking about when your life is at stake.
And picking crying is.
I think Mr. Sabote, or is it Dr. Sabote? Yeah. Forgive me. Better to explain.
Is it Dr. Sabote? Mr. Sabote? We should maintain Mr. Sabote. Okay.
It's in a better position to, although I fully understand what went on. It's in a better position as a practitioner explain to us the impact. Kennedy Japan is best on the scene as a politician. One of his raison d'etre for being MPP hard hat was the PNDC government at a point in time decided that if you have 50 CD notes, bring it and come and exchange it. It is something that the MPP relentlessly campaigned with against them. It was exchange. It wasn't expropriation.
Bring it and come and change.
Come and say, you know why they did that? Because they wanted to find out who was hoarding money and not paying taxes.
Okay.
And it became a rod with which many, the NDC was beaten up on the head with. But you take decisions in politics and you pay the price. Compare that to the EDD. The DDEP was expropriation. And let me tell you something. And Mr. Sobte, if you remember, 2 weeks before the DDEP took effect, President Akufo-Addo came out and told us there will be no
haircuts.
Haircuts.
He was misled.
No, he wasn't misled. He was sent to come and give us a false sense of assurance to stop a run on the banks. Because the run on the banks was beginning. The rumors were flowing. You see, this is the reason why I am telling you that he shouldn't come and tell us that we are brothers. Because you are going home with a nice pension. Your wife can get upset because people criticize you. Other wives are burying their husbands. Dr. Ejekum's wife has buried him. And so many others. But to answer your point about an immediate response, the people of this country simply decided to wait to vote out this lot. Because if you check the election results, they lost 70+% in the barracks. So if it was the case that we were in times when people couldn't wait, the army would have stepped in. Regardless, and in our history, recall, whenever the army has stepped into governance, it has nothing to do with the president's immediate surrounding armed forces. Kutu Acheampong was sent to head a jungle warfare school when he overthrew Buzia. Okatachi Afrifa and Kotoka came from Kumasi. Jerry Rawlings came from jail. So it is not the case that perhaps maybe the only palace school we have had of sorts is the Ekufu SMC1, SMC2 transition. So people should know their history. The military do not take over power simply because somebody sat there and they took over. It is pressure from us, the civilians. When Jerry Rawlings said, "Let my men go," they went and put him in prison. Some say, and I cannot authenticate, that he was facing execution. Other soldiers below his rank of captain went and freed him and overthrew the generals. When people are going through economic hardship, those who lead us should listen.
Can you tell me that you picked intelligence, that even in this government, that almost happened?
Oh, I can't.
You can't.
But I can tell you for free that as for conspiracies and conversations, they happen all the time. But I'm saying that the people of Ghana were patient because they had simply decided that we have a date with you. And it's like you know, let's just, it's like somebody who's interested in you and you telling the person that
I could anticipate that scenario.
Right? So somebody interested in you and you're telling the person, okay, I'm busy, we'll go out 2 weeks on Sunday.
I did that before in secondary school.
Exactly.
But I told the person, I'm in school, wait, let me finish.
If you are the suitor, what do? Wait 2 weeks Sunday. What are you trying to do? You want to rush her to go out with you on the Sunday.
She might be in her menses.
No. The Ghanaian, oh, dog. The Colashe. Oh,
so, I mean,
my son is watching. Just let's understand. But you see, so Annie, what I'm simply saying is that the people of Ghana knew that 7th December was going to come. That's why they were patient.
I will still come there. I disagree with you. I will still come there because I still want answers to certain things. I can appreciate the fact that we are a democratic country. No matter the situation, you wait till you go to the ballot and cast. That's okay. But when certain situations come up, I expect that there should be some immediate answers and responses because it cannot wait. If you wait, someone dies.
If our institutions are working, then certainly some of the things that happened shouldn't have happened to begin with.
I don't need to wait till I go to the ballot.
And I agree with you.
Before some decisions will be taken to save a life, especially when it's directly affecting the livelihood of the human.
Very people who could have made a difference tried. For the first time in the history of this country, members of parliament of the ruling government went to the president and said, remove your finance minister. He said, no. Let's not forget the immediate past president, and hopefully he will be passed soon. Right? Bastardized.
Which of the past are you using?
I'm talking about Kufuor.
So his reign
his past.
Okay.
You see, bastardized every single norm that we had in this country for his political edification. We moved an electoral commissioner by any means necessary, came out with the conveyor belt theory, which conveyor belt theory will affect his choice next time around. Don't forget, he removed the Bank of Ghana governor, another Article 72 holder. He did every single thing for his own political edification. Remember what Michael Kwe did that ended up affecting them in parliament. So the bad precedents that Kufuor set are still sitting there. Every time a case goes to court, we come up with a 7-0 verdict, right? And the court had been called unanimous.
It's not always. It's not always. Atuforsen won his case. I think we had said
we've just had Toby Afedi arrive in a Rolls Royce. We're told some more dignitaries are coming through.
Atuforsen won his case at the appeals court, please.
No, but my key point here is that not all the cases. I mean, literally, there were 5 twos.
I spoke about the Supreme Court.
Yeah, there were 5 twos.
There
were 5 twos.
In which a Supreme Court.
The last major case was 5 twos.
And tells you that the birth certificate that you hold is not proof of your birth.
Enough.
But Ghana card, which you need to use your birth certificate to go and acquire, is proof of your
not only your birth certificate,
so that they can enact e-levy, right? Your passport, which you can easily fake. I know many Nigerians who have Ghanaian passports.
Right? Not anymore.
Oh please, look. You see, this is the reason why you people.
No, like the checks and balances are better. It's better now.
Logic. How are you able to tell me that a birth certificate that you were given at the time you were born is not good enough for you to prove your birth right?
Admittedly, there are fake birth certificates.
But there are no fake passports.
There are fake passports.
There are no fake passports.
But things are getting better, and we have to admit
I'm asking you, there are no
that.
Fake passports.
No.
So by preponderance, birth certificates and passports, which ones do you think there were more fakes?
I can agree with you that we could have done better with that decision. I can agree with you.
Stop,
I can agree, but I'm only making a point that over time.
Because logically, it doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with you, but over time, we must admit that our electronic enhancement makes it more difficult now. Yeah.
Laws are not made for good people. Yeah. You see,
you have a point.
Law in the hands of bad people causes a lot of problems. Let us all remember history. Hitler did not get into power by force of arms. People voted for him. When he was done, he had killed 70 million people. So let's not pretend.
Things changed.
Let us not pretend.
Things changed.
Right? Like these tyrants don't exist. We could go through a gamut of history and we could highlight them and we could talk through them. I'm saying that you people, listen, a stark example of what you did that came to hit you was in the last days of government. when you didn't know which side of the aisle to sit on because of what Michael Kwe did.
Agreed.
If Professor Michael Kwe hadn't done what he did to Esiama, none of this would have been a problem. So
True.
you see,
but two wrongs don't make a right.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, that is the fact.
This is what I was told at Yoko. One of my invitations to Yoko. I told them that one day government will change. They told me that two wrongs don't make a right.
So they knew what they were doing was wrong.
So you knew what you were doing was wrong.
No, but you.
Okay, let's break Mr. Sabute's voice.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Annie. Yes, if you look at the outcome of this year's election, last year, we are in 2025, thank you. It clearly shows that Ghanaians really depended on the economy in making a decision. Now, why am I saying this? We saw in this country the kind of policies that the NPP government brought on board. And we also had people protesting, giving their side of whatever advice they think that could inure to the benefit of the average Ghanaian. But the question is, did the government take such advice? No. If you look at the debt that the government accumulated, debt to GDP was so high. And people came out to tell the government that, look, try to cut your coats according to your size. Looking at the size of government, it was too huge. And you cannot continue like this. So why won't you reduce your expenditure pattern? Nothing happened. And then they brought in 2018 the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which of course brought down the expenditure to 5% to GDP or so. But along the line, I think just after the COVID, the finance minister went back to Parliament and then asked for a repeal of whatever that was guiding the government in spending. And they never restored it. They never restored it. So
the Fiscal Responsibility Act.
It was never restored. So it gave the government the luxury to spend beyond the 5%, all in the name of having been suspended. And that also affected the government. And then come to talk of the, the revocation of licenses of the banks. Look, if you look at the decision that the government took.
The spending, what were you spending on?
The spending, you see, it is good.
Was it the debts?
It is good.
Which weren't paying?
Debt in itself is not bad. But the point is, what did you use the loan to do?
To do, yes.
Because you can channel the loan into productive areas, and then the loan will be able to pay for itself, and people will benefit from it. But if you are going in for loan to consume, meanwhile, you are supposed to use loan to embark on long-term projects. Okay? But if you go in for loan to consume, it means that you are broke. Because we don't go in for loan to consume. I mean, you are a monthly worker. I mean, you earn your salary at the end of the month, and you are receiving 1,500 cedis. Meanwhile, you spend 3,000. You have to borrow 2,500 every month. Where will you pay? Where will you get the money to pay? That's the point. Okay, so it got to a point where our debts became unsustainable to the extent that even international credit agencies decided to downgrade us to junk status. So as we speak, we all know that the international capital market is shut. We cannot go there. That is why we are using short-term debts like T-bills in managing the economy, which is not too good. So yes, when they decided to embark on this banking cleanup, people came out to give their views. It was necessary for the banking sector to have gone through the reforms, because prior to the cleanup, 2015, 2016, there was this quality review, okay, by the Bank of Ghana. And then they came out with these findings that most of the local banks were cash-strapped, they have high non-performing loans, and then their governance structure was so poor. So there was the need for some kind of reforms. But the approach that the government adapted, I have a problem with it. To revoke the license of a bank, you didn't look at the unemployment that will come out of it. You are not looking at the investment that people have made and all that. So all these things went on. Some people came out, they gave their views, but the government didn't take it. Okay, so if you look at all this, it shows something. It shows clearly that the government was not ready to listen to anybody. And the fact that when they saw the signs, okay,
and still ignored.
They ignored it. If they had gone to IMF, when technocrats were calling for IMF support, I'm sure we wouldn't have gone through this debt exchange thing. 2015, Ghana went to IMF. Then our inflation was around 17.5 or 6. But look at the conditionalities. They weren't as harsh as the kind of conditionalities that we are going through now. Why? Because the debt to GDP was so high. So we needed to reduce our debt. And that brought in the debt exchange. And I was surprised when the president came out to tell us that there wouldn't be anything like haircut. You see, people will buy into ideas if only you decide to be very transparent.
And consistent.
Consistent.
And
okay.
Very coherent.
Very.
You say you will not go to IMF. Mm-hmm. You went to the IMF. You said there will be no haircuts.
Yes.
In fact, there was head cuts. You said there was, yes, because people died.
Yeah, they will be headed.
So you can actually describe it as head cuts.
Aye.
You said e-levy will do the magic for us.
Akobam.
I'm not sure how e-levy, has come to intervene, because we are not really even getting any reports on how e-levy is filling in the gap in terms of financial expenditure. We don't have any specific reports on e-levy yet, do we? Unless we don't have.
Oh, come on.
On transactions we have. But as to the exact revenue.
Considering the drama around e-levy and how it was passed.
Another unspoken part of the DDP was the extremely political and vindictive nature of some of the banks they closed down. Case in point, Kofi Amavin's bank. And per his own story, he had an investor who was willing to buy the bank. He had met with the finance minister and his group, told them, and then they passed behind him. They went behind his back to the investor, to them, don't deal with him, deal with us. And the person just like, okay, I won't do it again.
I don't know the story.
You should have listened to his interview, right? And then rumor, and here I'm going by doctor's prescribed method, is that Kofi Amavinga is apparently the one who helped Ibrahim Muhammad set up the cement factory. So one of the reasons why they took down his bank was because if he said
grapevine.
If I have the problem, don't worry. But for the sake of the young, somebody was willing to buy the bank now.
Which has been the solution to a lot of reasonable and rational economies.
It is one of the reasons why they spent 25 billion cedis solving a 9 billion
cedi.
Yeah, so the government had the option of not using the revocation in solving the problems. Because, look, if these banks were having poor corporate governance structure, all that the government could have done was to resuscitate them with the 9 billion and then make sure you also add your own people on their board to speak for you.
Take it over completely.
Yes, okay, but to revoke the licenses in itself was a wrong move. Because, look, it will always be better for us to have an indigenous bank instead of relying on foreign banks. Because with foreign banks...
In fact, it's better for us for the international market to close up on us. I mean, we are condemning the fact that we had all the doors open to us so we could go for loans. I appreciate how indisciplined we've been in terms of our fiscal expenditure or fiscal management. And so we are facing these consequences due to our indiscipline. I get that argument.
Yeah.
But can we see the silver lining in what is happening too, so that this new government can also consider they've closed that up on us? Should we rush in getting those doors opened, or should we, shut our doors ourselves and also look within?
I think it will help us
and see how we can improve on our fiscal management, expertise and skills, such that it is not always just going to hedge, like he says, gambling, and doing all kinds of things. Sometimes we don't even know where we put the money in. Because when we sweat for our revenue, nobody will tell you to be wise in the expenditure.
Yeah.
But because we're always going for loans, we don't know where the money is coming. You go and beg, they give you, beg, they give you. So we decide to be very greedy, indisciplined, steal, do all kinds of things. But when you are working for it, you know that this one, you are sweating for it.
Yes.
It's not coming from anybody. It's coming from your own pockets. So you know how to expend it.
Yes, that is an important point, because, look, if you are sweating to generate the revenue, you know how to spend it. Okay, you know where to cut certain expenses and make sure that you govern or you operate within whatever you've been able to raise. If you look at the mini budget that the outgoing finance minister presented to Parliament, expenditure in advance of appropriation, 68.1 billion. And then revenue projection is 42 billion. So the question is, where are we going to get the extra 25 billion to support our budget? If you can go to the international capital market to raise such monies, where are you going to get them? It means you need to look back to whatever you can generate from within, or you cut your expenditure. Okay, so yes, we should be able to do that, because if you look at if you look at the trajectory, okay, anytime we are within the IMF program, we are a bit disciplined. You rush to IMF when we find ourselves in crisis.
Yeah.
But then within the IMF program, we tend to be disciplined. So the point is, can't we maintain the same discipline when we are out of the IMF? Other than that, you always run, get the money. As you were saying, you spend. And because it is so easy to get a loan, okay, you are not measured by how you spend it. Yeah. But if we decide that we are going to generate everything from within, then of course you know how to spend it. Okay?
It was not necessary to collapse the banks.
Yes, it wasn't necessary, even though we needed reform. But it wasn't necessary because, look, you are not just collapsing the banks because the report indicates that they are not doing too well. Talk of high non-performing loans. What creates non-performing loans? You give out loans. How do you give out the loans? What kind of due diligence do you do as banks before giving out the loans? Were those things considered? You talk of poor corporate governance structure. That is why Bank of Ghana came out with this directive in even appointing CEOs to our banks. Okay, so it means that we had all the solution to the problem, but we chose to
of which some of the banks will say that, by you government, you are my biggest indebtor.
But you see, one other thing that we also fail to acknowledge is the fact that the performance of the banks will also depend on how strong the economy is. Because the banks find themselves within an economy. So if the economy is doing well, okay, and of course we expect the banks to also contribute to the advancement of whatever economy we have. So if the economy is doing so well, we expect the banks to also do well. But if they are not, then we have the problem. But it is like we attributed the failures to the inability of the banks, to perform, and that didn't help. Now,
so the Asante Hene has also arrived. We're told. Just gone by was just the scene. You saw the many traditional umbrellas there. So we have the Asante Hene who has moved from the Ashanti region, joined us here in the Greater Accra region. Yeah, Mr. Sabato.
But my other challenge has to do with the fact that when people were complaining of the economy, we were rather using jargons in defending our position. Why jargons? You see, so, and we were using macroeconomic terms.
Yes.
Because when I was actively complaining, when I was actively complaining about what Akufo-Addo will do to this country, he went public to insult me, Dr. Ndum, and I gave him a befitting response. But his bank was closed down, even though he had contractors who were indebted to him, which contractors were indebted by the government. So if the government owes contractors, and the contractors have gone and collected money from Dr. Ndum to fulfill the very projects that you have awarded to them, why do you close down his bank? Give him his money back. If you give Dr. Ndum his money back, how are we going to, how was he not going to be solvent? But he went ahead and closed down his bank. So that's why I'm saying that there was...
Oh, so that's Kufuor, former president of Ghana, and
there were some things going on that were very hard to understand.
Is the vice president of the country, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and wife. And we see the son of Rollins as well. What's his name? Kimafi. Also, and the mother, yes, Mrs. Rollins.
Unfortunately, Bank of Ghana didn't also help.
Chumbafo will have to take leave of us because he's also going to the square. Okay. I wonder how you're going to manage. Are you sure you want to be there?
I'll manage. Don't worry. This is a public service too. I'll manage.
You're making the point, so you finish.
I was saying that, you see, someone like Dr. Ndum, his bank should never have been closed down. Because Dr. Ndum's bank, the business method that they were using was lending money to people who needed it for projects that they could guarantee. So if government has given you, for example...
letters of credit.
Not just letters of credit, but payment certificates.
Okay.
That they knew that government indebtedness. Because we've all been... Chief, you're a business lecturer. Everybody knows that risk-free rate is the safest way of doing business. Doing business with government is the safest way. Okay? So if you do business with government, you can sit in your room and wait for government to pay, even though they don't pay as much as... But in this case, Dr. Ndum's bank model was to finance contractors with short-term loans that they use their payment certificates to pay. You owe the contractors. The contractors owe the bank. You go and shut down the bank because they are not solvent. Who does that? And you put over 100,000 people on Skid Row. Who does that? And then we say, oh, yenina ya boka ntiyo. Oni wana boka na oni wana ngutia.
Shared responsibility.
So
I think not to be host here, but
shared responsibility. Doctor, I like your little quips. Shared responsibility. Who created the problem in the first place?
You know, but in all, I think Ghana has won today, and I keep saying this.
Anyway, I need to take leave.
Yes. We're proud of you. You're a son of Ghana.
Just say you're happy I'm going.
Take note of the closure of the roads. So you know where to.
It's not just making allegations. Now he can read my mind.
If I need to walk to the Independence Square,
you will do so?
I will walk from here. Today
is Liberation Day.
I got my hat out.
It's not Liberation Day.
It's not.
It's an affirmation of what John Mahama told us when you people lied and booted him out of office. He said posterity will judge him. And today, posterity has come home to roost to Ghanaians.
As it was in the beginning, so shall it be.
Money for you. Thank you very much for indulging me.
So we'll talk. And you've been very nicely dressed. I like your regalia. Not the colors, but I like the regalia. I'm a blue.
It's a green day, my brother.
I understand. And
environmentally friendly.
Absolutely. So
all right, safe.
Yes. Ghana has won today. Democracy and we're showing that we're a beacon of hope for Africa. And I think that all Ghanaians should be happy. And I can't say this enough, that we've changed, or we are changing government with almost zero violence. And for me, this is remarkable. I am very happy. It goes very well in terms of the investment community. This alone would even improve our ratings, trust me, based on how ratings are done worldwide for countries. And I think that we will, at some point, be restoring more hope in our foreign direct investments. Even our own Ghanaians outside are very happy for what they are seeing. People are very worried that we may be wielding machetes and brutalizing ourselves. But as it stands now, all Ghanaian tribes are together. All chiefs are together at this occasion. And both parties, and let me say the two strong parties in this country have resolved to use the ballot to do our work. I think Mr. Speaker is en route, and once he's en route, I think others will follow. And I'm hoping that the three arms of government will work coherently and be in support of each other. That is very, very important. And I'm happy to be on the soils of Ghana today to witness this, though not at the precinct, but to witness this through TV. I think I'll spend the rest of my day glued to the television, and get a very, entire watch of this. I think this is the first time we're going to have, these drones doing magical videoing of this program. Our inauguration 4 years ago, because of COVID, we had our mask on, and it was a very limited, number of people coming in to watch. And as it stands, I think that this is very historic, and people are going to see regalia as we're looking, military and fire service and all the other services fully dressed to show their support for this transition. And Ghana has won. But in 4 years' time, I know for sure, and let me state this on record, I'm not being prophetic, we will reclaim many of our lost seats.
In 4 years? In
4 years. My dedication to my party is to, and I'm not saying presidential because I cannot guarantee, I don't know who our presidential candidate will be, but I can say without a doubt that the likes of the Dominic Kwabenyas will be restored to MPP fully. And need I say that the NDC will lose not less than 30 seats in the next election. That one, it is.
What are you projecting and predicting?
It's not doomed. It's not doomed. They took seats that have been traditionally MPP for one or two reasons.
No seat in Ghana, I believe.
I said traditionally.
Yes, but no seat in Ghana is traditionally for any party.
Oh.
Anybody can win.
Let's not argue this because
I mean, you can win it.
Volta region alone will tell you that the Volta region, I mean, we had one out of the many, and even that we've lost it.
Same can be said about the Asante.
Exactly. That's
but
what
the point I'm making is that the fact that, it has been a traditional situation, but you guys are claiming seats yourselves too much.
No, and politics.
In terms of
politics.
Yes.
Listen. I mean, California will forever remain blue. The nature. I mean, I'm just saying that is how politics is, and we have to admit. Listen, I've lived in Utah before. I thought Donald Trump would have been a no for Utahns, but because of their Republican allegiance, they voted for Trump regardless. So politics is like that, and I think that we must admit it. That is the way politics is. I mean, based on the history of the NDC, mostly picking people from Central Region,
they will always pay homage to the NDC. I mean, these are the facts on the ground. And Volta region, I don't believe, and you can quote me in 100 years, that Volta region will turn from green to blue in the next foreseeable 2 decades. It's impossible. I mean, under the wildest thing, unless I don't know. And MPP, my goodness, I don't see MPP fielding a Voltarian necessarily as our president. I mean, based on the numbers we don't get from Volta region. I mean, this is politics.
Yeah, but you have set the precedence.
We
tried.
MPP
was not carved around Voltarians.
No.
Sometimes that is how it has informed the tradition of the political parties. All the political parties. Same can be said about the NDC.
So I'm right
from the PNDC time, it was carved sort of around Rawlings. It was just natural for his people to rally around him. Same about the NPP.
And don't fault us for that.
But even
that's traditional.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But notwithstanding, it can go either way, because look, if you look at the Greater Accra region today, Akans are dominating. Voltarians are dominating Greater Accra.
So it's an extension of Volta region, right? You can
say so.
You can literally say that.
Yeah, you can say so. The adulteration is happening. Yeah. Migration is happening. So, and most of the regions are becoming very susceptible to persons coming from other regions.
Oh, absolutely.
Where you have, where this lady lost was
Katie Hammond. Katie Hammond literally lost it, not to an indigent.
Yes.
You understand? But I agree with you.
And same happened in the Greater Accra as well. Dom Kwabinya.
Yeah.
And then also, I've forgotten this lady's constituency, but I remember. But I'm just saying that just to make the point.
No, but to a large point, I said traditional.
Okay.
Traditional. I mean, we lost Takrady, shockingly, because traditionally Takrady has been MPP. But as a block, that Ashanti region becomes green entirely. My goodness, I mean, that would be shocking.
It can happen.
That would be
might not
shocking.
Be in your time.
And that's my point. But that's why I use the word traditional, and it's traditionally so because of the genesis of these parties. You understand?
Yes.
And the Lemans had a tradition that have stayed on in some families and has not been changed. And admittedly, I think we just have to accept what is and has maintained or maintained to be what it is. So I'm happy that all the colors of Ghana are represented here. We're seeing the NDC colors, we're seeing the MPP colors, we're seeing red, gold, and green with a black star, and this is monumental. And I think will go down in history as one of the fantastic transitions, which was, spoken about as not going to happen. I mean, in some quarters, people were hoping that Mahama would be a one-term president. And I think he should also thank Donald Trump to some extent. Donald Trump made it possible for a return. And I think that Donald Trump set the pace for a comeback, which then also made this comeback very possible. So him and Trump share something in common. This reminds me of that song, I and My Father Are One.
Conventionally, Ghanaians have established this fact that maximum 8 years you have to leave.
That is also another thing that we need to.
8 years.
It's becoming very typical of Ghanaians. Very, very typical of Ghanaians that after 8 years, whether you hang high or low, you are going to be booted out. And it also serves as a way of political parties managing the power they have more carefully, and with the people, making sure that they are with the people all the time and paying attention to what the people say to us. I think we've paid dearly for having been tone deaf to some things that Ghanaians were telling us. And I can remember one of the classic ones, the e-levy, People were not happy with it. Post enactment of the bill, we know the reversal and the number of people who initially even stopped using mobile money. I know for sure that some who reluctantly now use mobile money because of that. And I can say here, though Chumbuafu has left, that I'm also looking at President Mahama ensuring that within the next 120 days, the reversal, as he promised Ghanaians, of the e-levy, be it in the metrics from maybe 1% to 0.2%, whatever it is. I'm being patient to measure his 120 days by virtue of some of the commitments he has made, and I expect no retractment. COVID levy, the NDC made a lot of noise about COVID levy, forgetting that government needs many tax handlers that are efficient in the collection of revenue or in the shoring up of revenue to meet the expenditures of government. And one thing is certain, I mean, as it stands, the NDC will be coming with their own vision and very different from what the MPP was promoting. And we will certainly go visit our campaign messages as well to see where things were not in synchrony with what the Ghanaian people want at the time. So these are my few words.
You need a research, or you have had enough research done by the Ghanaian people and by CSOs and by observers that by what people are saying, you can restructure yourselves without necessarily going on the field to collect data?
No, there's never enough research. Okay. There's never enough research. Okay. So I'm of the opinion that any additional work will buttress what is already known in the media space or in the public space. Okay. And I'm even of the opinion that besides Okwe's commissioned group, there can be even an independent person, within the party who can also, as it is, commission one, and then we can even compare these two reports where some things were lacking. The other researcher can make up for it. I've seen research done in 1926 being repeated maybe 2 decades later to either ascertain if the same numbers are true or if there's been changes. So I mean, that's the nature of doing business. More research never hurt anybody.
Also dynamic as well. And I just want to react to your earlier submission on reclaiming some of the lost seats. I think much will also depend on those who have been elected, if they will be able to perform, the satisfaction of those who elected them. Yes. And you also have to look at the primaries.
Predicting doom for
yes, and the primaries.
There's no doom.
Especially the new seats they've created from them.
Yes.
If they're able to perform, I don't see how
they can
they
keep
will
it. Because if you look at Honorable Afenyimakin's constituency, it used to be NDC constituency. Yes. Hama was there. And then Afenyimakin's took that seat, and he has maintained it since 2013. Yes. So it means that he's doing well. Yes. So you can have a strong whole, or you can have a constituency that is supposed to be for a particular a party or a tradition. You can bring in a new person who will take over, but if he's able to perform, the people will have confidence in him, and that seat could change.
The challenge, for instance, for Domi Kobinya, and let me be very clear here, is that looking at the numbers, we have a lot more, quote-unquote, MPP people in the constituency. We dropped in numbers of those who voted in the last election. And I'm only making a statement that out of 1 or 2 reasons of the MPP, our voters necessarily did not come out largely to vote. And in the unforeseeable event that she performs well, the new MP, I don't see how our numbers that have been there, when they decide, if our party also does our homework well, when they decide to come and vote, we'll leave it for NDC. That is my 2 cents. And then, that is my 2 cents. And listen, Hohoi is a classic example. They will not have an MP as resourceful, as proactive, as very dynamic as Peter Amewu. And even with all the things he did for Hohoi, extraordinary things, the NDC numbers came out against him.
What do you describe as extraordinary?
Oh, listen, I've been to many constituencies. He was lands, then became energy minister. And when we talk of overdoing it in your one term for a place, I can tell you that based on the resources that I had in Anyansotum and based on the resources that we had in other strong areas, people were happy about a lot more tarred roads in Hohoi than they had ever seen. That alone, for me, is remarkable. And many governmental agencies were willing to really up the game in Hohoi so that Peter could maintain. And we thought that Peter was very classic. He is from there. He is their own. Everything about Peter was fantastic, and except for the fact that he was MPP. And once that is a very strong NEC, grounds, they stood their ground with the party that they love the most, and they chose the party over the person. And that's why I'm saying that.
Do you think that the people of Sal, also sort of affected Peter Amewu?
Not significant.
Not significant.
Not significant.
Why do you say so?
I mean, mind you, they have their own constituency now. So we are 276 because of. So we are 276 now.
I'm talking about the before.
Oh, okay. When they were denied.
The before doesn't hold now because they still didn't vote.
The people of Volta
in Hohoi.
The people of Volta region are so themselves. They're so together. They so love themselves. Even amongst ourselves, when we work in certain environments, when Voltarians meet, you know that sometimes we even criticize them. Hey, when they're more pesa, they like themselves.
Yeah.
For what befell the people of Sal, I want to believe that Peter Amewu will be affected by the pain the people went through.
Yes, I mean, definitely.
I'll agree, but my point is that the beauty of it is that they didn't vote in Hawaii this time. They were on the other side. They voted for their constituency.
Yes.
So the numbers that were deprived were now made to vote in. So what would happen?
So it affected Peter Amewu?
Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is that it was largely rumored or alleged that because they wanted Peter Amewu to win the Hohoi, they did everything to deprive these people. Because if they had
protect him,
if they had put it together, it was very likely Peter was going to lose.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that
the separation.
If you look at the gerrymandering, at any rate, those voters who would have offset.
Okay, so we have
Peter,
the clergy also present at the Independence Square.
Beautiful. Those numbers who would have offset Peter's victory now had a chance to vote on their own, for their own constituency.
Yeah. Yes.
That's my point I'm making.
But they could still influence.
Well, I mean, to some extent.
Side.
To some extent. I agree, because they are families.
Yes.
I mean, so as you've done it this way. But my point still holds that was a very strong NDC. Peter took it momentarily. The NDC true supporters came out vigorously to turn it from blue to green again. And as it's been done in Hohoi, Dobe Kwabenya will rise and do the same thing for the MPP. I'm very hopeful. I have to be very hopeful.
Yeah, you have to.
And the Chief Justice has also...
Peter
that's the judiciary also walking through.
Yeah.
I think...
So I think this should start pretty soon.
Yes.
Because
the time they said was supposed to be
it's already 10:20.
So
it's
within a matter of
we're running
minutes.
behind time.
Yes.
I mean, I thought that by 10 exactly it should start.
I think 11 would be the time.
I think Peter Amewu's loss can also be attributed to the fact that the people decided to look at the macro, what has been the performance of your government?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that also.
So not just he being a Votarian.
So if you look at Okoboy's constituency, Lejokuku,
yeah,
and my friend who almost lost but won eventually, Patrick Boama's constituency, those two, it was largely speculated that these people suffered from the government. In fact, what's his name? Our pollster. No, the pollster.
Epstein?
No.
Musa
Dankwa. Musa Dankwa actually had communications with them. And especially Okoboy, made them understand that the overall government's performance is affecting your constituency.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to. So some
of them...
Kuku,
for instance, that General Hospital.
Yes.
Yes, it affected Okoboy.
Huge blow.
It's your government that is
huge
power.
Blow.
Yes.
He did everything to try and...
I mean, some of them had to even go and speak with the pollster, Musa Dankwa, to understand the fact behind the figures. So they got out, work on them. Some worked, some didn't, obviously, you know. So I understand or I accept what you're saying, that, they could have been affected by the overall performance of the government.
Exactly. If you look at a place like Okankwe, is it Okankwe South? This lady, Awini.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You know, 2020, Awini won that seat for NDC for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Since 93. And she managed to retain it.
Yes.
It means that the people also looked up to the way she worked, and she's being re-endorsed.
Our homework, and I don't want to go into the details of it, but our homework, you know, and when I say our homework,
this guy,
Husseini, our homework, you know, bringing somebody from the Eastern region to...
They swapped it.
I mean, you know, that whole thing may have contributed. So that the nuances are very interesting, and I think that hopefully we'll do our homework much better in the next four quarters. Because if we'll win 2028, depends largely on this just first year, how we reorganize ourselves seriously and in a very deliberate action to show that we're ready to wrestle and rumble and to bring back home all of our seats.
In 4 years, are you sure you're ready to close the gap of 1,000? What's the gap?
1.6.
Sorry, 1.6 million.
And my good friend Osabute would hear me out that in 2020 we were in the 6 millions in terms of our voter strength. In 2024 we came down to 4 point something. So it isn't that we don't have a bank. We have a bank, okay. If we were talking to investors in a political party, we can literally say that we've been around 6.5 million in terms of our voter strength, except for the fact that for these key reasons, we dropped to 4 point something. So it isn't a party that has never been at 6 something million. We've been there before. Yeah. We've actually been there in 2020. We've been there in 2016, and then in 2020, we've been hovering around that 6 million.
Yeah, 6 million.
So some things happened that dropped our 6 million numbers. So if I say that regaining that is possible, you have to admit. And what we are hoping, and what I'm hoping, is that we will take deliberate decisions to rather now try to arrive at 7 million, if we can. And those deliberate decisions depend on going back to our core, which we departed a little bit from, you know, where people did not like dissenting opinions. And our party used to be such that dissenting minds meet, and then we, after the tussle, we take a very solid common ground and execute. But unfortunately, we adopted a new culture of not even allowing people to have a dissenting opinion, and that has killed us. And that is why a good manager should be very particular about dissenting minds and give ear to dissenters. I've always been humbled by the fact that some dissenting opinions in America 50 years ago are now what is in vogue.
Yeah.
And you know, I think there should be a day for dissenters, you know, where we cherish them, because, mind you, some dissenting opinions may have been right, and there are many days that at the time that silent voice or that dissenting voice may not have been heard, but now I've come to appreciate dissenting minds, and I believe that even one of the key things that I would hope in the future is that whistleblowers be protected, and that will also strengthen governance. And whistleblowers largely sometimes are the dissenting minds and voices. So this certainly, I would repeat, is a beautiful day, and Ghana has won, and the MPP will go back home and, as it is, change gears and come back. I see Patricia Epiej, beautifully dressed. That is a very nice outfit she has on. And next to her is the Chief Whip, Anodompre, another fantastic guy. And
how is he doing?
He's survived the turmoil. Let me put it that way. He survived the storm, and it hasn't been an easy storm. Many of us have been impacted, not just by the loss, but the enormity or the gravity or the size of the loss. This was seismic, and certainly the right word is a tsunami, a tsunami, a tsunami. But today I'm seeing a lot of traditional outfits. Ghana certainly has many beautiful African wear, and I think we need to encourage people to always be in their traditional outfits as much as possible, and look at the justices in their gown and fully dressed for the occasion. Truly, this is a very nice event. The grounds are very nicely done. And let me say, I think the president is already seated, as in Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Yes.
And momentarily, he will be no more the commander-in-chief. And John Dramani Mahama will become, as it is, all of us, our president. And I'm praying that, as we're doing for the NDC, in the next foreseeable future, when it's our turn to take the reins of power again, the same will be done.
Let me put this across. Maybe before this program, kickstarts. There's something that was said by the speaker in the ninth parliament, and he said that the Speaker of Parliament vowing to leverage his unparalleled experience to guide the ninth parliament. In his acceptance speech, he emphasized the themes of unity, collaboration, and pivotal role of Ghana's parliament as a bulwark of democracy. Alban Bapping, who also holds the distinction of being Ghana's longest-serving legislator, highlighted the evolution as a leader. I came to this. Okay, this is just a long quote. Let me just jump. He appealed to members for trust and cooperation. Yes, this line is what I actually liked. Now, a lot of people have criticized the 8th Parliament. I've heard people criticize the 8th Parliament. I don't know if I'm a lone voice not to, because the 8th Parliament was a test of our democracy once again, for the two sides coming neck to neck. And we want to see how you're going to cooperate, collaborate. Yes, there were fights, there were fisticuffs, there were disagreements, there were very wild situations. But you still went through. And you also gave us some successes. It was a test, which Ghana had to go through it anyway. So I don't see why people criticize it so much and say it was a failure. The 8th Parliament, in fact, I've heard some analysts say it was a failure, which I think, well, no, I don't think it's a failure. I think I liked what I saw.
I don't think so.
Yes, I think I liked what I saw. You come up first, and then maybe Mr. Sabute will. Let's understand how it was.
Well, if you're looking at democracy as a whole, I think we pushed it to its limit.
Yes.
And certainly, like I said earlier, there were even threats of coup d'etats, which never happened and which never was. And I think that what we saw has proven that Ghana is resilient and Ghana is appreciating what democracy means, and that through the ballot, many things must happen. And I think that we need to enhance our skill of, campaigning. Mm-hmm. We need to enhance our skill of being in touch with the voters. We need to also, improve voter appreciation of governance so that voters can decide after being very well informed. And that is my push for the next foreseeable period, so that Ghanaians as a whole will then now be voting largely on whether there's clean water in their houses, electricity bills are appropriately charged, that fuel is appropriate, that they have health care and very good quality, affordable health care. Mm-hmm. And I think when we have these things being at the forefront of our discussions and making sure that interest rates are appropriate, exchange rates are appropriate, these are the very basic things that leads to what President Kufuor said, that ubotum nedeng etwaba. And I think that is a classic quotation for the next foreseeable decade, that ubotum will always, and I think Osabute, rightly said that it came down to the economy, and in the Americas they say it's the economy, stupid. I mean, forgive my use of that word, but what they mean is that whether you run, jump, or hang, it comes to the economy. And Donald Trump won based on his profession that he can make the economy work.
So President Mahama was not insulting anyone when he said, "Is the economy stupid?"
No, it's a phrase. Let me put it that way.
Yes, I'm saying that.
It is
so he
a
was
phrase.
Not insulting anyone.
It is a phrase. And idiomatic expressions are necessarily not an insult.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Anne, I like what I saw in the 8th Parliament. Why am I saying this? If you look at the gap so close, hung Parliament, the extent that it got to a point where they had to even exchange blows, have to fight to ensure that whatever business that is supposed to carry through is carried through. And with such hung Parliament, you need a leader or you need a speaker who is very fair and firm. I would say that out of what we saw in Parliament, the successes that they were able to chalk, it shows we are maturing as a country. We are understanding democracy. Okay, it shouldn't be business as usual. It wasn't like the majority will have, or the minority will have their say, but the majority will have their way. Because in a particular day, if one or two of your members fail to turn up, you become the minority when it comes to decisions. So that was good for us. And even though this time around we have the supermajority, I hope and pray that we will not abuse it. I hope and pray that we will not abuse it, and that we should ensure that only policies that were near to the benefit of the average Ghanaian should be tabled and approved for us to move forward. Now, if you look at the point that was raised by the minority leader yesterday, before they were sworn in, the issue of the president mandating Parliament to appoint or to vote for the speaker, I think he made a valid point. He was trying to juxtapose it, whatever happened in 2001 from the same speaker. That shows that gradually our democracy is growing. Okay, we should be able to have these dissenting views without labeling people as traitors if you want to progress as a nation. And I also like to add by saying that with all the fantastic promises from the president-elect, soon to become the president, it will take the average Ghanaian to also reset our behavior, reset our minds. You can have all the fantastic promises. If we are not ready to change our behavior, we are not ready to change our attitude.
Is that not supposed to be guided by leadership?
Yeah, leadership is there, but what are you also doing as a Ghanaian? If you are to pay tax and you fail to pay tax, are you helping that leader to execute his plans?
You heard us earlier on say that laws are not made for good people.
Laws are made for the bad ones to make sure that
they
straighten up and then they fall in line.
We all accept that human beings just by nature are wayward.
Yeah.
And will always do things their way, which is why we make laws.
Yes.
So I don't believe in expecting that people accept that something is wrong, so they should change, without you necessarily having an overall or oversight.
The oversight is good. We have laws, okay, which must be applied. But you have to make sure that you should be the first person to enforce the law. And you cannot enforce the law if you are the breaker of the law.
And if I don't?
If you break the law, how do you enforce it? Then you are not setting good examples as a leader. So yes, I agree that the leader must set the example because you are leading people and you expect them to follow you. Okay? And we are using the laws to straighten up things, to make sure that people do the right thing, right? So you need to be very resolute as a leader, and then you must also do the right thing so that morally you can also apply the law to make sure that people do what is expected of them. Okay? So,
yes, that's Jacob Zuma. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Zuma. It's very old.
Older. Yeah. Hey.
So what I'm saying
can make you final.
What I'm saying here is that, yes, we all like the promises that a government or a president-elect have made, but we need to also consider our own lives and see whether we are in tune or we are putting up behaviors that will help the leader execute his plans. And that will help us.
Okay, so obviously we still have our dignitaries coming through, seeing them in the convoy there. So this is a arrival from Victoria, Guinea, we're told. Okay, so that's their flag on their vehicle, so obviously. And maybe their president should be the one out shortly. Is it an honor for Ghana to have about 10 state or presidents say we want to come and witness?
Well, as I said,
10. Have we had 10 before?
We have shown leadership in terms of democracy. And this is why I'm saying that the ordinary voter should be very proud of themselves today, that Ghana still remains the beacon of hope for Africa in terms of how we've conducted ourselves as a country post coup d'etats. And I must say that having a hung parliament, going through all these challenges and maintaining peace and tranquility in this country has shown Ghana to be very matured. And really, the politicking in this country, I think, has improved. And as you can see, Julius Debra, I see Napo seated with Mosquito. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? And this is how politics should be. And as it stands now, I believe that we are showing.
I like the way whenever we do inauguration, independence, we go all out for Kente.
Oh wow, that's the president from I believe
Rwanda.
Yeah.
So this is
Rwandan president is one of the men I actually look up to.
I mean, he's a good leader.
A good, fantastic leader.
A good leader.
A fantastic leader who has won the admiration of his people.
And he's in a traditional way.
Yes.
I mean, if you look
at Anne, if you try to be over-democratic, it will be difficult for you to be a good leader. You know, the same person is being accused of being too autocratic sometimes.
We have to be fair.
I don't even like democracy.
Some fairness.
I know Gokubago doesn't like to hear me say that, but I'm not the type that really likes
style of leadership.
Because of the kind of people we rule sometimes in certain African countries, for example, Ghana.
Yeah.
So we have the situation of this Kantaman to fire, and we are making all kinds of wild allegations. We have Galamsey. You actually think you can use democracy to
alone?
Yeah, you see,
this one is a little bit of autocracy.
Yes,
you do need needed.
It.
Yes.
Absolutely, and that is what makes a leader.
Yeah.
And I think that he said something that sometimes we need to admit. The German country was almost dissipated until Hitler came, and if he hadn't done certain things, and I'm not talking about when he then eliminated a lot of Jews, but some aspects of him gave confidence to the Germans that we have Germany today, and cannot be discounted.
Okay. So
I believe that you are right in your submission that some level of firm-handedness is important for governance, and you cannot govern without being very strict in some circumstances. And I think that people also judge Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo for how he managed the Galamsey menace in terms of whether it was apt or not apt. I think history remains to be seen. We'll see how John Dramani Mahama will manage.
Who has just arrived, actually.
The Galamsey.
So that's his
issue.
convoy.
Beautiful.
The president-elect, John Dramani Mahama. We want to see him at the square.
That's the chief imam.
Yeah.
Yes. The chief imam who's lived through all democracies.
I think it's 102 now, 103.
Yes. 103, I think.
103, yeah. Yes. But the man is so strong.
I see Shelley Ayokoboche, who is also a new
Professor Labi.
UN Secretary General.
Yes.
Appointed. Shelley Ayokoboche, we celebrate you. So, elected, yes. Elected. Thank you. Elected. And she's also there. That's our Foreign Affairs Minister for now. She's going to be outgone soon. And then go out of the country.
Once the president is
and perform
is out, all of his appointments are.
And those lined up are the
out.
MPs you're seeing.
Yes, from the majority, the new majority.
Okay.
And then the two speakers.
Bernard Ahiafo. Okay.
Patrick Boma in Batakari.
Patrick Boma is in the smoke there.
Alfred Obeng, Kinsley Nyako. It is a beautiful day, and
Have you witnessed? Have you witnessed swearing-in ceremony in Ghana before?
Yes, 2016. I was here, to watch Nana Addo's, long-awaited for swearing in. The only one that didn't happen in Black Star Square.
The 2020.
Is the 2021 because of COVID. And I think we missed the opportunity to see all of this and enjoy the sun.
Okay. So proceedings have started. The Speaker of Parliament, obviously, doing his work. Is he talking to someone or he has started talking publicly? Okay, so let's cross over. And take a listen.
Of Ghana. Honorable majority and minority leaders may proceed now.
welcome the president-elect.
The first arrival will be the vice president-elect, then followed by the president.
Precisely. Are these giant quantum from drums? Sounding out the rhythm of Ghana. And now we have on our screens the police mounted squadron escorting, I believe, the vice president-elect to the ground.
The crowd is ecstatic. The noise here is deafening, but it is all for happiness and for joy. We are witnessing a momentous occasion. Ghana having its first female vice president.
The bedlam here is intense. It is intense. There is much joy, happiness, excitement, all in readiness for what we are about to witness.
And security is also in full force. We have various security personnel deployed to ensure the total safety and security of personnel. They are all playing critical roles to ensure that this event goes seamlessly, devoid of any major hitches. We have rich display of culture.
I believe that
and that is Mary Agamba. She's in charge of the police.
Right now is the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, arriving now is the President-elect, John Dramani Mahama. He is accompanied by his spouse, soon-to-be First Lady, Her Excellency Lordina Dramani Mahama. Shall we all wave our flags to welcome him? Speaker of Parliament now leads the entourage into the Chamber of Parliament here at the Black Star Square. The entourage of Parliament includes the Clerks of Parliament and other senior officials of Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, we will soon enter the Chamber of Parliament, and so the Speaker of Parliament will shortly take over. Shall we please rise as they process into the chamber? I wish to announce that only accredited photographers and media personnel are allowed at the designated places on the square. Please, if you are not authorized to be on the square, kindly move back.
Honorable members, you may now resume your seats. Honorable members, I now have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, to administer the oaths to the President-elect and the Vice President-elect. We will start with the Vice President-elect, who will take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the oath of the Vice President. Your Ladyship, the Chief Justice, you may now do so now.
Your Excellency, first the oath of allegiance. Kindly say after me. I,
Professor Nana Jane Oboko Ajiman,
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Republic of Ghana
to the Republic of Ghana
as by law established, that I will uphold the sovereignty and integrity of Ghana, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the oath of the Vice President. I,
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman,
having been elected to the office of Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that I will be faithful and true to the Republic of Ghana, that I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And I dedicate myself to the service and well-being of the people of the Republic of Ghana, and to do right to all manner of persons. I further solemnly swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the Republic of Ghana, and suffer the penalty for it. So help me God. Congratulations, Madam Vice President.
Thank you.
Lift your
Honorable members, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana shall now sign the oath book. Honorable members, I now have the pleasure and joy to, on your behalf, invite His Excellency the President-elect to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance and the presidential oath. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Your Excellency, kindly say after me. This is the oath of allegiance. I. Your name.
John Dramani Mahama.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
As by law established.
As by law established.
That I will uphold.
And that I will uphold.
The sovereignty.
The sovereignty.
And
that I will uphold.
The sovereignty.
The sovereignty.
And integrity.
And integrity.
Of Ghana.
Of Ghana.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will preserve.
Protect.
Protect.
And defend.
And defend.
The Constitution.
The Constitution.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
Of the Republic of Ghana.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Your Excellency, now the presidential oath. Having been elected to the high office of President of the Republic of Ghana, do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
Do in the name of the Almighty God swear.
That I will be faithful.
That I will be faithful.
And true. To the Republic of Ghana.
To the Republic of Ghana.
That I will at all times.
That I will at all times.
Preserve. Protect. And defend. The Constitution. Of the Republic of Ghana. And that I dedicate myself. To the service. And well-being.
Of
the people. Of the Republic of Ghana. And to do right. To all manner of persons. I further. Solemnly swear. That should I. At any time. Break this oath of office. I shall submit myself. To the laws of the Republic of Ghana. And suffer. The penalty for it. So help me God. Let me be the first.
We stand.
Culture and steady in its pursuit of progress. Today we celebrate a momentous occasion in our nation's history as we welcome the newly elected President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. A true nation builder committed to forging a brighter future for all Ghanaians. John Mahama embodies the pillars of leadership that our nation craves: trustworthiness, reliability, modesty, and above all, truthfulness. From the moment he stepped into the political arena, John Mahama has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the people of Ghana. His approachable demeanor, paired with his genuine concern for the needs of the Ghanaian, has earned him their trust. A trust that is pivotal for any leader aiming to guide a nation through challenging times.
What I really like about JDM is his humility. The man is simply so down to earth, it's unbelievable. He's so humble, it's unbelievable. I really like that about him.
John Mama Osronyame, Odonyame, Osronyame, Openi Passem, Okita Kumapa, Mihuna said Mihuni Abema, or you've been so on you nipem, we are Palau, we are Penu, we are Pepenu, we are Trivio, we are try to be out Fibia, John Mama Tawase. On Casse, we in your tree, we in your wheel, your members.
President Mahama is practical. He communicates his issues very, very well. And he understands the Ghanaian politics very well. He understands the Ghanaian people very well. And that is what I like about him.
The brand, John Dramani Mahama, is not just a name. It represents resilience, strength, progress, and empathy.
I believe John Dramani Mahama is loved by many. His personality.
And now, on your behalf, invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, to deliver his inaugural address. Your Excellency, you may now proceed to do so.
Hold it. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Members of Parliament, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Jane Nana Opoku-Agyemang, Her Ladyship, the Chief Justice, Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Ghana, and special guest of honor for this occasion, Your Excellencies, Presidents, Heads of Government and Development Agencies, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and former Presidents, Your Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and sisters. I wish you a good morning, and we give thanks to the Almighty God on this occasion. Our Father who art in heaven, we thank you for giving us this day, a day that offers me, your humble servant, a unique opportunity to work to reset our dear country, Ghana. 32 years ago, on January 7th, Ghana made its first and most successful democratic transition, a reset, with the swearing in of the newly democratically elected President, Jerry John Rawlings, of blessed memory. Our nation was returned to a multi-party democracy with a new constitution that went into effect, and the Fourth Republic was officially established. I refer to it as a reset because on that day in 1993, we made our fourth attempt at establishing a democratic system of government with term limits based on free, fair, and transparent elections. The handover of power on January 7, 2001, between former President Jerry John Rawlings and at the time the newly elected President John Agyekum Kufuor, tested that reset, and our nation passed with flying colors. So today, with my induction as the new President of the Republic of Ghana, history is being made once again. And it is a history worth repeating every 4 years with each newly elected president. Today, we're also making a different kind of history, one that speaks to our maturity as a democracy, a nation of citizens enfranchised with the authority at the polls to determine their political future. Today's exercise between the outgoing President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and I feels a bit like a deja vu. That is because 8 years ago to this day, on January 7, 2017, we shared this same space and performed this same transitional exercise. At the time, I was the outgoing President, having served one term, and he was the incoming President, having been given a mandate by the people of Ghana to lead this great nation of us. He and I both understood on that day, as I'm sure we are today, that it is the people of Ghana that we are elected to serve. Somehow, it seems fitting that it is with Nana Akufo-Addo that I twice shared this stage and this unique historical distinction. Because Nana Akufo-Addo and I began our national political careers in Parliament in the same year, 1996. He has always greeted me with warmth, a firm handshake, and a smile. And he is perhaps the only person in my life who has persistently chosen to call me Johnny. While we belong to opposing political parties, we shared a sense of mutual respect. In those early days, we probably could not have imagined that destiny would bring us to the leadership of our respective parties and that we would have to face off 3 separate times as we each vied for the highest office of the land. Nana, as this will be our final meeting under these circumstances, and as I look back on the journey we have traveled together, 2 much younger men who entered Parliament together with a full head of black hair, and you with the same bald head and round eyeglasses, I have to say that you have, without exception,
being a worthy opponent. I extend my warmest wishes to His Excellency, the former Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. It was a grueling campaign, and we gave it our all. Your sportsmanship in making an early concession eased tensions and contributed to the early conclusion of the electoral contest. I wish you all the best in your endeavors. My brothers and sisters, the world in which Ghana exists today, as I begin this presidency, is not the same world in which we have lived under other presidencies. There are tensions and conflicts that have not previously existed between nations. These tensions and conflicts place pressure on alliances to decide where we will support. There's a seismic shift happening within the system of global economic dominance. Whereas the G7 nations, United States, the United Kingdom, Canada, France, Germany, Italy, and Japan once provided the highest percentage of the world's GDP, over the last decade, that number has been steadily dropping. However, the combined total of the GDP of the BRIC nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Egypt, Ethiopia, UAE, their GDP has been consistently increasing. In 2023, for instance, the G7's combined total of world GDP was 30%. But by 2029, that number is predicted to drop to 27%. In 2023, the BRICS percentage of world GDP was 37.3%. And so what does this mean to us in Ghana? What could it mean to our economy? Where do we fit in this geopolitical maelstrom? Technology such as artificial intelligence has taken us to new heights, opening up the potential for national, financial, and personal security issues that we are not yet able to imagine. One example is the use of misinformation and algorithm manipulations on social media platforms to sway a particular group's sentiments towards or away from something. Now more than ever before, we need to strengthen our ties with our neighbors to ensure that we're working together to keep our sub-region safe. We stand in solidarity and work in alliance with all our neighbors in the sub-region. Recognizing the history of our borders, we also acknowledge that on the other side of our country's borders are our family members. They may be Ivorians, they may be Togolese, they may be Burkinabes, they may be Nigerians or Malians, but they are also Akans, they are Kasinas, they are Gwans, they are Ewes, they are Nzemes, they are Hauses, they are Moshis and Gurmes, because we are all part of one another, one big family. With the increase of the climate crisis, and as the waters grow warmer, melting the Arctic ice and permafrost, there's a greater likelihood for viruses that have been frozen and thought to be extinct for decades, perhaps even centuries, to begin to spread and create another global pandemic. The changing climate conditions, increased population density in urban areas, and mass international travel are enabling existing viruses to spread and mutate at a faster and faster rate than they did before. This is a serious challenge. Let us not forget the toll that the past epidemics of viruses like Ebola, COVID, and Mpox have taken on the families and communities and medical infrastructure in several of our neighboring countries and in the sub-region. Let us also not forget how swiftly and completely the COVID pandemic brought the entire world to a screeching halt. My government will be working diligently to strengthen our public health systems while monitoring the global health situation so that when, and not if, but when, the next pandemic or epidemic occurs, the loss of lives in Ghana will be minimal. The larger world exists around us and to some extent within us. While we cannot and should never use it as an excuse to stray from the direct and immediate needs of Ghana for the well-being of our citizens, we must also bear in mind that the affairs of the world, if we care to shape, lessen, avoid, or even at the other end of things, maximize the effect they have on us. My brothers and sisters, barely a month ago, we held historic elections that have caused dramatic shifts in our political landscape. I feel greatly honored that you, my compatriots, considered me worthy of receiving such an unprecedented and overwhelming mandate to steer the affairs of our beloved nation at this critical time in our history. The magnitude of this victory in the presidential elections and the gains that were made by my party, the National Democratic Congress, in the parliamentary elections naturally and justifiably resulted in great joy and celebration across our country, Ghana. But celebrations, no matter how justified and how well earned, must be supplanted by discernment, sobriety, and deeper insights into why we received this kind of mandate in the first place. By voting as you did on December 7th, the Ghanaian people conveyed a powerful message, yet often overlooked by us politicians. This message was powerfully emphasized by a giant of American political history, President Ronald Reagan, when he declared at his inauguration some 40 years ago that governments have no power except that granted by the people. While Ghanaians take great pride in our thriving democracy, they are deeply dissatisfied with the quality of governance over the years and have openly voiced that dissatisfaction through the decisive actions that they undertake at the elections. Our people also understand that democracy is not just a token adorned with periodic elections followed by pomp and pageantry with the establishment of a new government. They expect that if democracy is celebrated as a superior means of governance, then its outcomes must be more tangible and benefit them in their individual lives. Any honest introspection and reflection on the pulse of our nation would reveal that many within our population do not feel that they have benefited from or partaking in this democratic dividend. Where people buffeted by severe economic crisis and hardships, and in the last few years, we have lurched from crisis to crisis. But there is hope on the horizon. Today should mark the beginning of a new opportunity, an opportunity for us to make a difference in our governance and our economic management. We shall reset our dear nation, Ghana. To the millions of my fellow countrymen and women who joined long queues and waited in the sun for their turn to vote for me, you have my sincerest thanks for honoring me. My firm, immutable assurance is that your vote will matter in the work that I'll do to make a difference in the destiny of this dear nation of ours. Your courage to bring change will not go in vain. Our nation was born with much promise. That promise would seem hazy and in doubt now because of all that has happened in the past. But I urge you, my fellow countrymen, not to be sucked into a state of perpetual pessimism. For some time, our country has urgently needed leadership with an unwavering desire to get things done. I, with all humility, assent that I intend to be that leader with your cooperation and your help. As your next leader, I shall strive to exercise sound judgment and be able to make the right calls at the right time. I will have the humility and presence of mind to take responsibility for any challenges and be willing to act firmly and timelessly to resolve the challenges that we face as a nation. Since the election, I've heard the word hope used many times in relation to my presidency and what it should offer the citizens of Ghana. I intend to speak plainly and clearly to you today, and every time I address you subsequently, I intend to always tell you the truth. The circumstances we find ourselves in are indeed dire, but even so, I'll be decisive and swift in my actions. We'll focus our initial efforts on 4 critical areas. The first is economic restoration and stabilization of the macroeconomic environment. Second is the improvement of the business and investment environment to ensure that Ghana is once again open for business. The third is governance and constitutional reforms. And the final, but not the least, is accountability and the fight against corruption. My brothers and sisters, actions have always spoken louder than words. With that in mind, I have entered into a covenant with you, the good people of Ghana, in which I have enumerated 26 actions that I'll take within my first 120 days. There is reason for hope, and there is every reason for hope. But we must also have faith, because faith empowers us to trust the things that will happen. With faith, you believe what you know, and that is why we need faith to be able to achieve our reset. We need a reset with the faith we have in our country and our leadership. We need a reset with the faith we have in our institutions. We need a reset with our faith in our dear nation, Ghana. And by that, I mean in all of us, because all of us are Ghana. You are Ghana, and I am Ghana. All of you seated here today, Ghanaian citizens, you are Ghana. The people who you are with or near you as you watch this on television, in your homes, or listen on radio, or follow on social media are what we call Ghana. I ask that we enter into the covenant with the Ghana we all love and the good people of our country who make up this dear nation. And I ask that you envision a Ghana that you want to live in, a Ghana that you want to leave behind to your children and your grandchildren. What can you do to help build that better Ghana that we all strive for? What behaviors, what attitudes and mindsets can we reset? We need a reset, and we have faith in Ghana's ability to overcome, excel, and be so successful with this reset that it will be difficult to imagine a time when that was not the case. As we stand at this momentous crossroads in our nation's history, I am honored and humbled to accept the mantle of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we celebrate a new administration and herald an unprecedented era of opportunity and transformation. With Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman by my side, we are poised to embark on a journey of progress and inclusivity, united in our vision for a more prosperous Ghana. This day is particularly special for us and for every Ghanaian who dreams of a society where barriers are shattered and ambitions are realized. With the inauguration of Ghana's first female vice president, we have turned a significant page in our history. Nana Jane's ascension to the high office is not merely a personal triumph. It symbolizes our collective commitment to fostering a nation where gender equality and female representation are cherished and amplified. This is a powerful testament to the power of diverse voices to shape the future, voices that have the courage to soar beyond our traditional confines. My brothers and sisters, together as we look to the horizon, we reaffirm our dedication to breaking the glass ceiling that has long hindered many from reaching their full potential. Governance that reflects all segments of our population strengthens our democracy and enriches our conversation. We stand committed to enacting policies that empower women and ensure that the door of opportunity is opened wide for our youth and our women, regardless of their background. Together, we will galvanize our efforts to create a society where every Ghanaian can dream, believe, and achieve without any restraints. Remember that great leadership is not defined merely by the offices we occupy, but by the legacy that we leave for future generations. My administration, along with my Vice President, Nana Opukwajiman, will prioritize inclusivity, accountability, and innovation, forging pathways that will lead to the upliftment of all of our citizens. I'm profoundly grateful for this moment, a cornerstone in our journey towards a brighter future for Ghana. In this resounding victory, I see a clarion call, particularly from the youth of Ghana, a generation that is brimming with potential and dreams that are waiting to be realized. This moment is a powerful affirmation that your voices matter, that your aspirations are valid, and that your future must be our priority. We're committed to translating your hopes into action and creating opportunities for education, entrepreneurship, employment, and empowerment. Our policies will be tailored to sustain innovation and foster industry that engages today's young minds and equip them with the skills needed for tomorrow's challenges. Together with the private sector and captains of business, we will create decent and well-paying jobs. As we embark on this new chapter, I assure you that our decisions will champion diversity in all facets of governance, ensuring that every Ghanaian, regardless of your ethnicity, your gender, your age, your religion, or any background, will have the opportunity to contribute to our nation's story. Ghana's youth represent the heartbeat of our democracy. Their ambition will drive our policies as we strive to create an inclusive, equitable society where everyone has a seat at the table. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy. We envisage an innovative and vibrant 24-hour Ghanaian economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. Just imagine a Ghana where our markets are alive and bustling at all hours of the day, with responsive public services accessible at all times, such that businesses can operate flexibly to meet the diverse demands that they are subjected to. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. It symbolizes empowerment, the empowerment of every Ghanaian to contribute to our national progress. My fellow citizens, this vision will allow us to embrace diversity, to cater to varied lifestyles and preferences, and foster a culture of inclusion, ensure that every citizen can enjoy the fruits of his hard work. To the business leaders, a new model, and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a backbone of our success story. And I pledge to you that we would look at the tax regime and rationalize them so that they are more transparent and fair. Members of the business community, I assure you, Ghana is open for business again. Let me thank you, Your Excellencies, my fellow presidents, for leaving what is a busy schedule behind and coming to join us at this ceremony. Your presence brings honor to this inaugural ceremony. And I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of you and to our sister countries who have traveled from near and far to be with us today. Your presence is a testament to the strong bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between our nations. And I promise you I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect between our nations. To my friends from across Africa and the world, I thank you and welcome you to Ghana. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you. To my family and fellow citizens, my wife Lodina, I thank you for your unwavering support and commitment to our shared vision. This journey is not mine alone. It belongs to all of us. It belongs to each of you. Let today be the dawn of a new era of hope, an era of job creation, an era of accountability, an era of institutional strengthening and resilience, and an era of unparalleled potential for all Ghanaians. We will write the next chapter in Ghana's story, and it will be one of promise, transparency, and transformative progress. My fellow citizens, this is a patriotic call to action for all of us to participate in building a nation that lives up to its promise, where hope thrives and dreams become a reality. Together, let us cultivate a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not just ideals we aspire to, but are the very fabric of our nation. In closing, I invite you to partner with us on this journey. Together, we can create a brighter future for our beloved Ghana, where unity, progress, and equality are not simply goals we are aiming for, but are the cornerstone of our society. Let's work hand in hand to foster these values and strengthen our nation for everyone. Fellow citizens, our invited guests, I thank you very much. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. I thank you.
Honorable members, On your behalf, I convey the gratitude of the House to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his address. Your Excellency, the House is extremely grateful to you. Honorable members, may now we have the presence of our special guest of honor in the distinguished personality of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Republic of the Federal, I should say the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is my honor to now invite him to deliver his address. Your Excellency, you are welcome to do so now.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Ghana, Head of State and Government here present, Right Honorable Speaker and Members of Parliament of Ghana, members of the diplomatic corps, eminent personalities here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is always good when a friend and brother can visit the home of a close neighbor to celebrate his success and progress with him. Today, we celebrate African democracy as Ghana and our beloved people mark the transition from one democratic government to another. This moment does not merely symbolize another milestone in the evolution of Ghanaians' democratic society. It further demonstrates that in West Africa, we are capable of democratic and productive endeavors. It is time that our continent critics stop forgetting the strides that Ghana, Nigeria, and others have made. We need not prove ourselves to them. We have nothing to prove to anyone except ourselves. We will lift our nations out of poverty and build strong and resilient economies for our people.
Today, I am here not only as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, but also as an African in resolute support of Ghana and our people. This moment is a source of pride and honor for Ghanaians, the entire continent, and its diaspora. The sun is out and the sky may be blue, but I see today a black star rising high in African sky. This black star shines over this nation, and its rays spread across this continent with a sense of shared history, hope, compassion, unity, devotion to our common welfare. While others may seek to demean Africa and keep brothers pitted against brothers, that shining star reminds us of who we are. Better yet, it reminds us of who we can be. That star reminds us always to strive and work together, bond together, even when we disagree. We must choose the path of peaceful dialogue. Never can we do harm to our brothers, nor can we permit any outsider to disrupt our bonds of brotherhood. The spirit of Ghana, the First Republic President, Osagyefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, is here present today, lifting that star higher and higher. Just as Ghana draws inspiration and a well of strength from Kwame Nkrumah and many of his past leaders, Nigeria similarly draws inspiration from its founding fathers, who not only fought for our independence, but also cherished the close relationship between our two nations. May we always walk in the way and in the spirit of these enlightened leaders. Ghana is in harmony with that spirit, and President John Mahama's inauguration today reflects that. Your new president is a man of patriotic vision and substance. He loves his nation and his people to the core. He believes that your nation has a mission and intend for you all to fulfill it. No one can ask more of a leader than that. President John Mahama and I share a deep friendship. My dear brother, I am here to work with you. You know, you can count on Nigeria's support at any given time. You call on me. We are your brothers and sisters. We shall always be there for you. May your administration be a profound success and progress for you, Ghanaians, and the entire region. I am confident that new government under the leadership of President John Mahama will work with Nigeria to strengthen this powerful bond, leading to greater shared progress, prosperity for the people of our two nations. I have no doubt that your administration will bring about positive change and progress. Your accession to the power should also mark a new and invigorating momentum in pursuing sub-regional and integration and progress. With laser focus, we can tackle our people's most pressing problem of poverty, youth unemployment, instability, insurgency, and many other problems hampering our desired progress. May Ghana's democracy continue to grow stronger. May progress and prosperity be your portion. Let us all look forward to a future filled with hope, opportunity, and progress. God bless Ghana and its beloved people. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria and its beloved people. God bless ECOWAS. God bless our beloved Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Honorable members, we are indeed inspired by the words of His Excellency, the President of the Republic. I now have the honor to, on your behalf, invite the visiting heads of state and former presidents to congratulate the President of the Republic of Ghana. I have a real tall list It is my hope and prayer twice elected in my kingdom.
As highlighted by the President and our special guest of honor, His Excellency Ahmed Bola Tinubu of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Now, what else? What is the next
Honorable
on the
members.
agenda? Because,
Very soon we will witness.
Honorable members, I will now, on your behalf, call the names of our distinguished dignitaries, heads of states and presidents from various countries to come congratulate His Excellency the President of Ghana. And I will start with our special guest, the President, the Commander-in-Chief, and the Head of State of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the person of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to lead in this whole exercise. Your Excellency, you may proceed to do so now. Immediately after him will be His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Rwanda, His Excellency Paul Kagame. Then follows His Excellency the President of the Republic of Togo, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé. After him comes His Excellency the President of Benin, the person of Patrice Talon. Then follows the President of Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. After him, we have His Excellency Brigadier Julius Maada Bio, the President of the Federal Republic of Sierra Leone. Immediately follows His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo. After His Excellency the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, we have His Excellency Umaru Sissoco Embalo, the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. After him follows the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, His Excellency Jose Maria Neves. After the President of Cabo Verde, we have His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, the rural boy, who is the President of the Republic of Kenya. Rural boy. A rural boy.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Honorable members, after His Excellency William Ruto, This is the President of the Republic of Liberia, His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai Sr. We also have His Excellency the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. He is the President of the Republic of Namibia. Sorry. That is a she, not a he. Doctor, you may forgive me. After Her Excellency, the President of Namibia, is His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Faye, the President of the Republic of Senegal. We then have the President of the Republic of Chad, in the person of His Excellency Mahamat Idris Deby Itno. After him, we have the President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency Duma Gideon Boku. After him comes the head of state of the strong people of Burkina Faso, His Excellency Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Honorable members, the full meaning of Burkina Faso means strong men and women of integrity. We have His Excellency Brigadier General Bryce Clotaire Oligui Nguema, the President of the Republic of Gabon. After him, we have His Excellency Mamadi Doumbouya, who is the President of Guinea-Conakry. And after him, we have the Prime Minister Abdoulaye Maïga is the Prime Minister of Mali. We also have the Prime Minister of Niger in the person of Mr. Lamine Zain Ali Mahman. And the Prime Minister of Haiti. Prime Minister Mali. Bonjour, ça va? Bienvenue. After that, we have the Vice President of Equatorial Guinea, the person of His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo. Then follows the Vice President of Uganda, the person of Jessica Rose Epel Alupo. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Isdor Mpango. That is rather the Vice President of Tanzania. We also have with us the Vice President of La Côte d'Ivoire. The person of Chiemoko Meiliet Kone. la Côte d'Ivoire, after His Excellency the Vice President of la Côte d'Ivoire, we have the Vice President of Mauritania, His Excellency Mohamed Adihali Khatra. The Vice President of Mauritania, we now have the Speaker of Parliament of the Kingdom of Morocco, His Excellency Rashid Talbi Alami. After him is the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Olusegun Obasanjo. Together with his younger brother, the former President of Nigeria, His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
Speaker of Morocco.
Yes,
I hope to see you.
Yes. Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you. After His Excellency Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, we have the former President of Liberia, in the person of Her Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. After her, we have the former President of the Federal Republic of South Africa, the person of His Excellency Jacob Zuma. After the former President of South Africa, we have the former President of Germany, His Excellency Christian Wolff. After Germany, follows the Foreign Minister of the European Union, Belgium, European Affairs, Foreign Trade, and the Funeral Culture Institute. His Excellency Bernard Quintin. After the Foreign Minister of EU, we have the Senior Minister, His Excellency Jean-Jacques Broya of Congo, Brazzaville. After Congo, Brazzaville, we have the Minister for Africa, the United Nations, the Commonwealth and Human Rights of United Kingdom, in the person of Lord Collins of Highbury. After him comes the Minister for Defense of Zimbabwe, Honorable Opa Michinguri Kashiri. We also have the Minister for Housing, Lands and Maintenance of Barbados, Honorable Dwight Sutherland, Member of Parliament. Barbados. Quite long. I have to cut protocol and go to invite the former Vice President of our great Republic of Ghana, the person of His Excellency Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia, Honorable members, once again, the list is very, very long. I will now invite the President of the ECOWAS Commission, in the person of His Excellency Dr. Omar Eliu Toure. We have so many special envoys and ministers from Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia. We have the mayor of Los Angeles, United States. And please, you are all invited to follow in this order, the order I just mentioned. Thank you. Czech, Israel, Spain, China, Japan, Russia, Mayor of Los Angeles, Deputy General Secretary of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, the African Union Commission Chairperson, Special Envoy, His Excellency Wamikele. And we have the Honorary Consul General for Nigeria and Ghana of Belize, Dr. Ifeanyiku Ifede. We have the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, the Secretary General of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Pan-African Parliament, the President himself, His Excellency Chief Fortune Zephania Charbura. We have the African Development Bank. The President of the African Development Bank is here himself. We have the Vice President of the World Bank in charge of Western and Central Africa. Then the ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development, the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors, our own Dr. George Ajekum Donko. We have the United Bank for Africa, Chairman of the group, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and we have the Ambassador of Bahamas, we have the President of the Secretary General of the United Nations Office for West Africa and the Sahel, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao, and the Deputy National Secretary Advisor to Sheikh Khalid bin Ali Al Khalifa of Bahrain. And then the Executive Director of Africa Development Bank Group, And we have the Vice President for Africa, International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Usman Diagana. After all this, I will invite the former speakers of our parliament. They may come congratulate His Excellency the President. I am compelled by the situation, not only time constraints, but the exhaustion of all gathered here, invite Chairman of the Council of Elders, the Great Evergreen National Democratic Congress, who could at his pleasure come with some of the executives of the party to congratulate His Excellency the President. And we will crown it all with the First Lady of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members. It's now time for me to invite I will now invite the leaders of the House, the majority and the minority leaders, to come and give an indication as to where we proceed to from here. Please, the majority and the minority leaders.
Right Honorable Speaker, we have exhausted the business on today's order paper. In view of that, I move that this House adjourn to tomorrow at 11 a.m. in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, it is the desire of the minority that this House be suspended so we continue to do business in fulfillment of the 24-hour economy. However, if the majority leader so pleases, I shall second his motion for adjournment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, in view of what your leaders have said, adjourn the House to tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of January 2025 at 12 noon. The sitting is accordingly adjourned.
We can't have a full guard of honor without the colors, and on this occasion we'll have the national colors, and that is the flag of Ghana. That is the colors. When we say colors, it's basically flag, and that will be on parade. So very shortly we shall see the full complements, and then we'll see how beautifully it will be executed.
Yeah.
And as mentioned, there shall be the playing of the national anthem, which will be followed with 21 gun salute. The 21 gun salute is the highest level of honor in ceremonial salutes, and this surpasses all other salutes with fewer rounds.
So how would the 21 gun salute
So the 21
be fired?
gun salute,
Is it from the sea, or because it has happened from the sea before with the Ghana Navy doing their thing?
on this occasion, it will be fired not too far away from the sea, and that will also be done by the Ghana Navy.
Right.
And
Why the Ghana Navy?
so it depends on the duty service that has been selected to perform.
So
As I mentioned, we have Ghana Air Force.
The military can also do the same thing. Fire
Yes,
the
we
21
can
gun
have
salute.
the Ghana Navy, the Ghana Army, and that's the 6th Artillery Regiment. They have done that in the past.
Okay.
So it can fall on any of the services to undertake that task. So right now we can see in our screen the procession by the Right Honorable Speaker. And behind him is the Vice President and the President. They are moving towards the area where we'll have the full guard of honor. And as mentioned earlier, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. So we are now having the procession towards the area where the full guard of honor will take place. You have in your screen there the
Excellencies,
ceremonial
distinguished invited
agencies
guests,
also
ladies
escorted.
and gentlemen, officials of Parliament, the Vice President, and the President of the Republic of Ghana are recessing from the chamber. The President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, will now inspect his first guard of honor as the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces and the 9th Parliament President of the 4th Republic of Ghana. May I respectfully request all invited guests to please be seated as the President moves to inspect the guard of honor. The President will be accompanied by the Vice President, the Speaker of Parliament, the Chief Justice, and his ceremonial aide-de-camp to the saluting days. The ceremonial aide-de-camp for the ceremony is the Chief of the Defense Staff, General Thomas Opon-Pepra, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Ekufundampari.
Honor is a military ceremony performed on special occasions to convey respect, dignity, and solemnity. A guard of honor is a formal gesture offered to dignitaries such as heads of state, government,
distinguished guests. The guard of honor is under the command of Lieutenant Ghana Navy Kenneth Opoku. The second in command is Sub-Lieutenant Harrison Na. The color ensign is Sub-Lieutenant Richard Abwaji Sapon. The conducting warrant officer is Chief Petty Officer Class 2 Kwa Richard. The color escort are Petty Officer Class 2 Amure Koko Daniel and Petty Officer Class 2 Owusu Emmanuel.
And Staff General Thomas Opon-Pepra.
Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem and the 21 gun salute as mentioned earlier. All uniformed personnel are to salute. Please be seated. The parade commander is marching to ask permission for the inspection of the parade.
Now, inauguration ceremony guard mounted by the Ghana Navy. Let's sit back and file with the Ghana Navy regimental band in attendance, ready for inspection. Lieutenant Ghana Navy, report your excellence. Aye, your excellence.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have the Navy Regimental Band on parade. It's under the command of Sub-Lieutenant Doris Iboni.
Your Excellency, inspection over. May I have your permission to march off the guard? Aye, Your Excellency.
Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marks the end of the inauguration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, and the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku Ajiman. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Shall we please be upstanding for the national anthem? All uniformed personnel are entreated to salute. Distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's all remain seated as the President takes leave of us. Please be seated. After the President leaves, the Vice President will also depart. After the Vice President, followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, her ladyship. Let's all remain seated as the President departs. dignitaries will depart as protocol demands. Please, let's clear the way for the President to leave. The Vice President will also leave, followed by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, our heads of state and dignitaries will depart in order as they came in. Our visiting heads of state and dignitaries will depart in order as they came in. The first to depart will be the President of Nigeria, followed by Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, the Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Togo, Botswana, Barbados, Morocco, and Gabon. Our invited heads of state and dignitaries will depart in this order: Nigeria, Benin, Burkina Faso, Cape Verde, Cote d'Ivoire, Congo-Brazzaville, Democratic Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Egypt, the Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Kenya, Liberia, Mali, Mauritania, Niger, Namibia, Rwanda, Senegal, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Uganda, Tanzania, Togo, Botswana, Barbados, Morocco, and Gabon. After which His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor will also depart, followed by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Her Excellency Rebecca Akufo-Addo, followed by His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Her Excellency Samira Bawumia. The rest will depart in other as protocol demands. Thank you. I am Squadron Leader Gabriela Lawson from the Department of Public Relations of the Ghana Armed Forces, and I have been your Master of Ceremony for today's program. Thank you.
Indeed, what an eventful occasion, what a fun that was at the Independence Square. Such a sight to behold. Looks like it is true when they say it looks like a second independence. I don't know if it's because 2020 we didn't have this occasion or we didn't hold this. But if you also look at comparing it to the gap of elections we had, I mean the gap of results that we got, the masses or the majority of the people who really casted the vote towards John Dramani Mahama to make sure they see today, probably most of them throng the Independence Square, a sight to behold indeed. So congratulations to Ghana. I'm proud to be a Ghanaian. I just didn't like what the majority leader was wearing. Hey, Yato. I like Afenyo Markin's, outfit. It was beautiful. And I thought Ato should have done the same. I mean, sometimes. On change in my hand, kaka. So for quotes, my number of form kaka. But yeah, it's done. President Mahama is president of Ghana now.
It's a clear manifestation of the Ghanaian mentality that having gone through the elections.
Your mic is off. Okay, great.
It is a clear manifestation that having gone through the elections with all the heat and acrimonies that surrounded the whole elections, today we've agreed as one people with a common destiny to push the agenda of the NDC government forward. And I'm very happy with the kind of unity of purpose that has been exhibited today. And I believe that it will not end at the Independence Square. And as the president rightly called on all Ghanaians to rally behind him, to forge ahead, and make sure that the agenda of resetting this nation will come through. He made very pronounced statements, and I believe that with his determination to carry out the mandate, because he said that over the years, people give the politician the mandate, but they end up being disappointed. So you could see that people are gradually losing interest, losing hope in the politician. But I believe there was going to be a paradigm shift, looking at the overwhelming confidence that Ghanaians have reposed in the president. And he also said that leadership, great leadership, is not about the offices that you occupy, but it's about the legacies that you leave behind. Fantastic statement. It means that if you're a leader and you are given opportunity to lead the people, what they expect from you is right leadership. What they expect from you is not to lord it over them. Means they have given you mandate to make their living standard very comfortable. And he also mentioned about
Like we say, the end justifies the means.
Exactly. He also went back to talk about the 24-hour economy, how this policy will open up the economy. And you see, inherent in this 24-hour economy is the fact that it will automatically bring about development. Okay. You cannot force me to embark on 24-hour business. But if you provide that atmosphere, that environment, security is perfect, lighting system is okay, and people begin to patronize made in Ghana goods, patronize our own services, definitely entrepreneurs and producers will be so happy to buy into this idea of working for 24 hours. So yes, I agree that we need to put in place all the measures that will cause people to willingly buy into this policy, because yes, that is a game changer. It is also good for us to work together as Ghanaians, as you rightly mentioned. And the time to work is now. It is not tomorrow, it is now. And remember I told you that the resetting the nation starts from us. It begins with us.
I'm still celebrating Wege. I'm still celebrating Wege, yeah.
It begins with us, okay? And I was happy when the president mentioned that we need to psych ourselves, we need to have that change in attitude, that change in behavior, if really you want to see all these promises coming to pass.
I always believe that behavioral changes start.
Yes.
It doesn't start with the people. It never starts with the people. I don't know how sometimes some leaders think that it's not easy. Behavioral changes always starts with leadership.
With leadership.
How vibrant you are, how wild you are, how autocratic you can be sometimes, how malleable you can be, how friendly, how lovely, how whatever. It drives the people.
Yes.
It tells the people what to do. You know that this, when Rawlings came in, we all saw how people were now even afraid.
Yes.
Rawlings' regime brought some different atmosphere because he came with a whole different look. The Ghana had not really experienced that type of hands or leadership style before. So it tells you that whatever leadership style you come with, it drives the people along.
Exactly.
And it also works on the psyche of the people.
You're right. Because
it's not just sitting in my home and you think that I will naturally not litter when I chew cookies, knowing very well that when I litter, this leader I'm having is going to do this or that. You understand?
Yes, exactly. So I agree with you, because as a leader, first you should know the way, and then you should be on the way so that you can lead others on the same way.
Yes.
Okay. So you don't say A and practice B.
Yes.
Okay. So if you are calling for people to tighten their belts, to make sure they give up their best, then they're also looking up to you, right? And he spoke about this social contract that he has with Ghanaians. But it must also start from the leadership.
Yes.
Okay. Where Ghanaians begin to pay taxes and they are not seeing the real outcome, the real effect, the real impact of whatever taxes that they are paying. Definitely, I'll be very reluctant to honor my civil obligation, okay? But you pay taxes, and what those revenues are meant for, you see those things manifesting. Nobody will compel you to pay taxes.
Yeah.
You understand? So you are right that we need to have that kind of leadership that will carry people along, okay? And you also mentioned this leadership style.
Yes.
The leadership style that the leader will adapt will so much depend on the type of people that is leading.
Mm-hmm.
So as a leader, to get a point where you become very democratic,
yeah,
okay, laissez-faire,
yeah,
because you know that the people, they are not, I mean, they are always ready to work. So you try to reduce whatever pressure that you are putting on them. But when you begin to see certain changes in their behavior, which will call for you cracking the whip, why not? Then you have to be autocratic.
Well, let me just join you because we're just two for now.
Okay.
It's very, Mahama should be able to take advantage of the
goodwill.
The goodwill.
Yes.
He should be able to take advantage of the goodwill now than later.
Yes.
He has to take advantage of it now.
Now.
Because this is the time that when you say sleep, they will sleep.
Yes.
When you say wake up, they will wake up.
Exactly.
When you say jump, they will jump.
Mm-hmm.
And it will even give you the chance for you to use a laissez-faire leadership style.
Yeah.
And they will still obey.
Obey.
I watched a video of a woman who, I think she had gone to buy something, and someone was arguing with her over the prices. That Mahama said when he comes, Kinky price will drop or something like that. And she said, listen, we voting Mahama was not to tell him to come and reduce Kinky price. It was only for her, for us, to that is us telling him that the rate at which the Kinky price was increasing, come and slow it down.
Slow it down, yeah.
Because they know. I was shocked at those comments because it means that the Ghanaian voter really has an open mind now and really understands the issues.
Yes.
And says that it's not that I say come and reduce the price of the Kinky, but I'm saying come and slow it down because the rate at which you were running with us, we just couldn't keep up the pace.
Yeah.
So we are not saying come and reduce Kinky. We are just telling him, and this was, I think it was a response to someone who was also demanding that you say, when you come, things will be fine. So you have come and give me this, come and give me that, and stuff like that, you know. So it means that the one that voted for you, which is definitely more than those who voted against you, are more.
Yeah.
So you will have a majority to work with.
Yeah.
You have a majority, vast majority in Parliament to work with. And you have another vast majority at the presidency, at the executive level to work with. And this is the best time to take advantage and run like,
quickly.
You know, quickly. It shouldn't be the honeymoon thing he's talking about. And I'm sure that this honeymoon phrase he used, he must have changed his mind by now.
I'm sure.
That, we know that things were hard. We know that things were tough.
Yes.
But you have said a lot of things that within the 4 years, you must at least do 60, 70, 80%
exactly.
of them.
And you see, I was very happy when he mentioned the 26 policies to be implemented within 120 days.
The social contract.
The social contract. It means that he knows what it's about. Okay. And definitely we have people who try to be mischievous. Maybe the person has been inaugurated today, and then tomorrow say, has the price of Kinky come down? You know, it will take some time. Okay. So in as much as our expectations are so high, we should also know that it will take time for some of the policies to begin to manifest in the pockets of people. It will take some time.
You know, Ghanaians should, I mean, you're an economist, so you can explain.
Yeah.
The previous administration, owing to come in 2016, there were promises like one this, one that, one this, one that, one village, one dam, one district, one factory, one constituency, one. Now, these kind of policies can be equated to, I'll give you fish to eat. But a policy like 24-hour economy, maybe oral. Oral is not even a policy. It's a project.
It's a project.
Yes, it's a project the government wants to do. But when it comes to policies, 24-hour. That's that. I'm going to teach you how to fish.
It's better.
So we have the scenario of I'll give you fish to eat, and then I'm going to teach you how to fish. So when I'm not there, you can fish for yourself.
Yeah.
And then I'll give you fish. I'll give you fish is like free SHS.
Exactly.
I'll give you fish. It's like one district, one factory.
One factory.
I'll give you fish is like even one district, one factory can be equated to I'll teach you how to fish. But one district, $1 million, or 1 million Ghana cedis. Yes, I'll give you fish.
Yes.
But most of the previous administration policies were, I'll give you fish to eat for free. But this one is more like, I'll teach you how to fish. I don't know if you,
Yes,
your economy.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah.
You see, with this 24-hour economy, you will be compelled, okay, in executing this particular policy.
That's exactly the point I'm trying to make, yeah.
To put in place measures that will enhance businesses. Okay? So once those things are in place, we'll find businesses booming. The economy will boom. And if people begin to produce and they have people, we have people patronizing, they begin to export. Nobody will tell them to increase their production. You understand? Yeah. But if you promise giving me 1 million cedis, when in actual fact, I don't know where to channel that money into or to, then it means that, just as you mentioned, you are giving me fish to take. But this particular 24-hour thing is that I am teaching you how to begin your business, how to grow it, and how to sustain it.
Right.
That is the only way by which we can move this country forward. And you see, every good leader will accept responsibility for whatever he promised doing and he was unable to do. You have to be very frank. You have to be very, very transparent so that the people have that kind of trust in you, right? So I believe that President Mahama, as usual, knowing who he is, will always come out to let the people know the truth. This is what I intend doing. This is how I want to do it. This is where I've gotten to. So that we know that every step on the way, people are informed. You see, one thing that always creates that kind of suspicion is where you keep people in the dark. They don't know what is happening.
Yeah.
So I'll advise that this current administration should be very, very apt when it comes to communicating.
Openness,
transparency.
I like the fact that you're saying that. I suggested to someone that it's very, you are right to say when things are kept under the dark, it makes people wonder what exactly is going on. And you even feel suppressed.
And that heightens suspicion.
Just because you don't even have information.
I don't have the information, you understand? It heightens suspicion.
It has to be an open government.
Open government. And you see, now data is available. So as a leader, anytime you are coming out to let the people know what is happening, and you know that they can easily find out whether what you are saying is true or not, you should be very careful. We saw it during the SONA, where the president boldly told Ghanaians that through the SHS, free SHS, we have 5.7 million students gaining access to secondary education. I said, no, I beg to differ. Because the data doesn't support it. And anybody at all can Google WAEC, get to WAEC website, and even get to know the number of candidates who sat for the BEC from 2017 to 2024, which is about 4.3 million. And you don't expect all the 4.3 million to have gained admission into SHS. So about 85% will go to SHS. Yeah. And of course, data supports it. Okay, so when you are coming out with an information and you know people are privy to that, the data, you should be very careful. I'm not saying that where they don't have that data, you shouldn't be truthful, you shouldn't lie. You should lie, no. But I'm saying we need to be very careful anytime we are coming out with information. Because the more you tell the people something, but they, after cross-checking, they realize that what you told me was a lie, they will never have confidence in you. Okay, so that also should be factored into a government who tries to be very transparent, right? That whatever I tell you, that is the truth. And the truth is only one. Okay, if you tell a lie, you need to tell more lies to defend a single lie. But when you come out to tell the truth, sometimes the truth can be very bitter. You understand? And let me say this. Look, one of the promises that President Mahama gave was the fact that first-year students to the tertiary institutions, public tertiary institutions, universities will enjoy free academic user fee. Okay, but if you look at
the scenario now, with the fact that January, this students will be in school, with the fact that the man has not even put his cabinet together, his ministers together, for them even to be approved by Parliament and to start work, it will be difficult for you to conclude that within 3 weeks or 4 weeks, if I don't see this thing happening, it means that the man promised and then he has failed. As I mentioned earlier, definitely this kind of, some of these promises, we will not see them manifesting within the short period. It will take some time. So I also plead and urge all of us that in as much as we are expecting so much from the president, we should also be measured by expectation. Some of these things will be very,
no, but I mean, my mentality is such that don't be unfair, because the kind of promises this president, this 2024 Mahama made, is even different from 2016 Mahama president or 2020.
Yes.
And it's also very different from 2016 Nanado and 2020 Nanado and all the promises it made. We all agree, economically, your economists, your books will tell that the promises made by the just ended government was so high that you needed, in every sector of it, you needed capital.
Yes.
And hard capital in every sector, in all the sectors.
Yes.
In health, in agri, in all the promises. There was nothing that was looking like, maybe apart from one district, one factory, but even one district, one factory, it started with a capital first.
Yes, huge one.
Huge capital, which, so we always, the government sort of started with the lengthening of the building before even the foundation.
The foundation.
Where we say one district, one factory, it means that that factory must come with raw materials or no raw materials. It has to come. It has to happen.
Because we have promised.
That is how I see the goals the government set for itself, which is why at some point it had difficulties.
Yes.
In agric, we had, what was the promise in agric?
Planting for food
Planting
and jobs.
for food and jobs. There was no special measure. You cannot just give a promise, planting for food and jobs, and you don't give her the roadmap in attaining those objectives. So we're planting for food and jobs. We pump money into the sector without necessarily knowing where exactly, what's our focus? Are we growing more grains this year, or we're doing more what do you call, crops this year, or we're doing animals husbandry this year? At what scale are we doing it? So that we are able to measure how much we're putting in, what production is going into, and what it's giving us back. We were just dissipating funds and that is the difficulty. I'm sure a lot of people who voted this government out it's not because they probably didn't like the government. We all know that a lot of MPP supporters were just angry.
Angry and tired.
Including members of parliament. Yes. You understand? So it was clear that the government had its priorities lost.
Exactly, you see.
And the more you think about it, the more you get surprised at how the human being simply lose track on this and not even listen, especially when people are talking and keep talking, including your own members of parliament.
You see, I think that the outcome of these elections should speak volumes to our politicians. It is not just you coming out to be making ambitious promises when you know you don't have what it takes in meeting all those promises, just in the name of winning votes. But the Ghanaian, in plain language, is we are telling our politicians that we always hold you by your promises. So anytime you are promising to do something, know that you have what it takes in meeting those promises.
Okay.
Other than that,
just hold on there. I'm told that Dominic is coming through with some interviews. Dominic Pra was at the Independence Square. He stood in for us there and he's had some interviews. We'll have it and then we'll come back into the studio.
Thank you very much. What are the expectations today? What are we looking to see today?
I mean, it's a happy day for Ghana. I think the people of Ghana, work hard for this day. As we saw, on December 7th, they showed clearly that they wanted a change. So today is a day that, the whole of Ghana should be happy that we have another milestone in our democratic journey. We hope that the ceremony will go on very well. and then set the motion for, the beginning of a new journey for President John Dramani Mahama and the NDC. And we hope that we will do the best we can for the country.
Right. What does this mean for our democracy? We saw the former president, John Ajay Kufuor, coming in, and we had Samira Baumia is also, in. What does this mean for our democracy?
It simply means that we are growing as a country. Because some time ago it may be difficult for members of the opposition to appear on the days of this nature because they may be hooting and stuff like that. But you can see that we've reached the stage where gradually there's gradual growth. So we should applaud ourselves for that. I think the rest of the continent will be looking on and clearly be inspired by what we are doing. And we should not feel that's the end at all. There's still levels that we have to go.
Is the NDC taking the Ghanaian people to the promised land as depicted?
I don't think we've promised to go to any promised land, but we promise to work hard, do the best we can, given the available resources, to be able to take our country to the next level that we can, and hoping that that next level will be a platform that will create another foundation for the next generation of leaders who are going to come as well.
Well, thank you very much for having us. We're still having our shots. We're still having our shots. The national chairman to speak to. We're still having our shows, the national chairman to speak to. If we can get to Johnson Asiedu and Ketia, and if he can grant us an interview. We salute you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, you are live on Metro News. Talk to us. What is the expectation today?
Oh, my expectation is for us to witness a wonderful program. Yesterday went very well in the night, getting to the early hours of the day. And I don't expect anything dramatic today.
We hear from the General Secretary. We saw the likes of the former President John Ajay Kufuor. What does it mean for our democracy?
Well, it speaks well about our democracy. We are lucky to have our former president in the person of Ajay Kum, very soon to be joined by another former president, both of whom are from the NPP. And that's good for us. It's good for our democracy.
Well, thank you very much for having us. That was the General Secretary we have in our midst. Hey, that was the National Chairman, sorry. Pardon me, that was the National Chairman, reducing him to the General Secretary position. He has been the General of Generals for some time. So, pardon us, we still have in our midst Julius Debra. You are live on News, sir.
Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you very much. We saw, the President-elect, serving a communique of you, resuming your position as a Chief of Staff. How do you feel?
Well, generally I felt good. Good because it makes the work easier. If you appoint somebody who's been there before, he knows his ways around the work, and that will help us to speed. The truth is that, he's got a very short term, that's 4 years, and so there wouldn't be the need to experiment. And I think probably that's the reason why he did that.
So what new thing, respectfully, what new thing are we expecting from your jurisdiction?
Well, basically, when you're on the stage and you step back, you get an opportunity to review things and to reclassify things. Seriously speaking, I think we've done a lot of introspection, and we're coming out with new programs that are more practically based, not necessarily about theories, and we're looking at very practical way of doing things, and I believe that will make a little difference.
Well, thank you very much for having us, and that was Julius Debra, who was recently appointed as the Chief of Staff within the presidential jurisdiction of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. We just saw in our midst Reverend Owusu Bempa, the nation prophet, also trooping in, and you can see dignitaries are now coming in, and then still heads of state are now also on their way coming. We would like to still talk to more people to find out what is really going on and how things are going. We just saw in our midst.
And this was the before atmosphere. Yeah, this was the before atmosphere. So Dominic Ansapra was there to interact with these officials before the whole ceremony actually started. Just in case you missed it, you can go on social media of Metro TV and you get all that from the beginning to the end. Right. So we were talking about now the expectations. And I was actually earlier on making a statement that it would be unfair to compare expectations of what was promised by the previous administration to what is being promised now. What you should be expecting is what they said they would do, definitely.
Yes.
So 24-hour, and he's saying that 24-hour, and even that is very skewed to persons or companies or businesses interested.
Yes.
But you want to do it, you register. Let's know that you want to do it, and then we'll create the environment for you, or we'll create the environment if you're interested. You get involved, and then you are entitled to some benefits, like tax waivers, and then what else? Security, yes, and all that.
You know, people started criticizing him for the comment that he made that it is not compulsory and that make it flexible. Those who are interested, you can buy into it. And yes, I agree, because look, you can't force me to work for 24 hours if I don't see the need to do that. But if you are able to create that environment, okay, for me to do the 24-hour thing, it's my decision, okay. So that one, he was right in saying that. And then if you look at the 4 areas from
Please
his
hold on with the
speech.
4 areas. Let's listen to Dr. Maniboma, who spoke with Dominic Ansapra. In fact, he's the one that led the NDC. If you hear all the noise that was started about the Electoral Commission and things that were being exposed, that was the man who led.
For this victory, what would you like to say?
We want to first thank the good people of Ghana for the emphatic victory. It was very clear that Ghanaians were fed up with the Akufo-Addo administration. We sold our message to the people of Ghana. President Mahama obviously is the most experienced, the visionary, who seeks to transform our country, seeks to reset our country. Our country is in dire straits. So today for me, it's more about reflection and less about celebration, because the task ahead is daunting. I'm on a transition team, and if you know the kind of debts, hidden debts, Agenda 111 alone, on paper, the debt is about $1.4 billion, but experts suggest it is even way beyond the $1.4 billion. The energy sector, almost $3 billion. So when the president talks about reserve of about $8 billion, if you deduct just Agenda 111 and the energy sector debt, it halves that reserve. If you tie that to the haircuts that people suffered and the unpaid debts that are awaiting our dear country, that alone should let you know that Ghana is broke. Look, just on the 3rd of January, Ghana had to pay about $346 million in terms of settlement of our debts. So Ghana is in severe debt. Sacrifices would have to be made. But that sacrifice, government would have to show the way. And that is why we are lucky to have President Mahama, who has done it before, a humble and selfless servant. That is why we are lucky to ability. We have a lot of our institutions that are decaying, and it's pervasive. Look at the Electoral Commission, look at the judiciary, and many others. We need to right the wrongs. We need to fix our country so that not just our generation, but the generations yet unborn shall be proud that there came a generation that saw the wrongs that had gone on over the past 8 years and were determined to address them. Look, I went into this election with a maximum estimate of 169 parliamentary seats.
Welcome back. So Dr. Omanibwama, they're also sharing their experience with you can see that Joyce Bauer is also on the screen all after the program, as and when we'll be going through the 4 areas that
so he spoke about economic restoration, which is key. Currently, if you look at our economic situation, the financial crisis that we are going through, and let me say that we have not yet recovered. We haven't. we are the country or the economy is only showing signs of recovery, but we are not yet there. Okay, why am I saying we are not yet there? Look at the huge debt. Okay, Dr. Omani Buama just mentioned 1.4 billion, 1.4 billion debts, and then 3 billion owed the IPPs. Okay, plus the 1.4. So just add these two, and you have the foreign reserve that the past president was touting himself to have left behind, saying that what he's leaving is more than what he inherited. Meanwhile, you've not compared it to the debts that are also leaving behind. Every government will be happy to inherit more assets than debts or liabilities. Okay, but if you are leaving 8 billion foreign reserve, meanwhile the debt is hovering around 800 and something billion cedis. I mean, it means whatever you have left cannot even offset the debts that you owe. So what have you done? Okay, so economic restoration is key, and that is where we bring in the 24-hour economy, expecting that we'll be having economic boom. Okay, and I think the focus should be more on import substitution. That is what will save this country.
I think President Mahama is very passionate about.
Yes.
Import substitution.
Very key.
It rhymes in his speeches, his addresses,
yes.
wherever he's making comments about the economy.
The economy.
He doesn't leave out import substitution.
Yeah. So the economic restoration is key, and then he also spoke about businesses booming. You know, encourage the business environment to invest more, and this governance and constitutional reform. Very important. And one area that I would like to see being reformed has to do with when you get to Parliament, 3 months prior to an election, no by-election, even if there should be vacancy. Mm-hmm. But you could see that over the years, when a government is even left with 1 week to leave office, that government still promotes, that government still recruits. Okay, so they do everything normal. So as part of this reform, can we also put a cap that if you have a month to leave office, per our constitution, you are not obliged to embark on any recruitment, embark on promotions, or any activity that will result in the incoming government inheriting the consequences. You hold on to it. Because over the years, the parties have been fighting over it. 2016 when MPP took over, 2017 when MPP took over, prior to they taking over, they were, they accused NDC of recruiting new people and promoting some people. And today we are seeing the same thing happening. So can we put a stop to it? If we are able to come out with a reform, and then we put it in there, I think it will save us this headache. Again, he also spoke about accountability and fight against corruption.
Oral.
And one of the things that Ghanaians used in voting out the MPP is this canker called corruption.
It surprises me, but I think same. I was thinking 24-hour economy, the noise that was made about it, and we coined a phrase from it saying, oh, the game changer. That was going to be the game changer. All of a sudden, oral took over.
Yes.
And from the space in which I am working, I could tell from the people, or submission from the people, that oral was more important to them even than the 24. People were now talking more about oral, and you mentioned everything corruption, and they say oral, and they were so interested in the oral. And I think the previous administration should not go to sleep. They should listen to the people now, the more, because it sounded as though it was people were listening to all the exposés. Corruption allegations were being leveled against people in government and all that. They were listening. So how they got more passionate about oral over 24-hour economy, I could not fathom.
You see, people were and are so interested in this oral thing because any corrupt act, okay, embarked upon by whether a politician or what have you, you are denying somebody of his right. Okay, corruption means that you are denying the hospitals of having the needed facilities and equipment to discharge their duties. Corruption means that you are denying motorists of having good roads. So corruption cuts across all sectors, you understand? And that is what the Ghanaian was looking up to. That if you have a government with all these allegations of corruption, yet every time the allegation is made, the same government comes out to clear the people, even with video evidence.
In fact, the recent one is the reason someone filed for the Chief Justice to be removed. Mm-hmm. And this is a response of His Excellency. And this was done by Professor Kwekwaza.
Kwekwaza, okay.
Kwekwaza's petition. And Nanado has responded. Akufo-Addo dismisses petition against Chief Justice over lack of evidence. And it has been the same phrase running through appointees of the government and corruption allegations that were leveled against them.
Mm. Lack of evidence.
Lack of evidence.
Yes.
But I didn't understand was how lack of evidence proof was being given by the presidency instead of investigative agencies.
Yes, you need to investigate and then come out to the truth. And of course, we have independent investigative agencies who are supposed to do this work. And surprisingly, most of this clearance were being done in the presidency, which shouldn't be so. Else you end up finding yourself in conflict of interest situation. Somebody has alleged...
We tagged him clearing agent.
So, corruption, but I pray that we should all come together, be resolute, and say that we are kicking against corruption.
So this is what he wrote.
Matter.
Lack of supporting evidence. The allegations were unsupported by credible documentation or factual basis. Constitutional consistency with law. The Chief Justice's actions, including administrative responsibilities under the Courts Act, were found to align with legal and established practices. The President also criticized the premature public circulation of the petition described in a violation of Article 146, Clause 8 of the Constitution, which mandates confidentiality in such proceedings. Such a violation undermines the solemnity of the process and the principles enshrined in the Constitution of safeguard judicial independence, the statement emphasized. The Council of State Review further affirmed that the petition was frivolous, vexatious, and unmeritorious. And it continues to say, acting on their recommendations, the President dismissed the petition, reinforcing his commitment to upholding the judiciary's integrity. In a statement, President Akufo-Addo expressed deep concern over attempts to undermine judicial independence through baseless allegations. The independence and integrity of the judiciary remain a cornerstone of Ghana's democracy. The President reaffirmed cautioning against actions that could erode public trust in the judicial system.
For us to fight corruption, we should make it unattractive. But so far as we make corruption attractive, we have people who come out to defend.
Do you think that corruption was unattractive under the Mills Mahama administration?
Yes, because during their time, I think about 3 people.
We had Woyome.
Yeah, we have Woyome, we had Abu Gapele, and then the third person, I think there were 3.
There is, this lady, the Maslog lady who is a fugitive.
Yes, Tamaklo, right?
Tamaklo.
Yes.
Tamaklo.
So at least we saw the government taking action. But what do we see today? Rather, they come out to defend. You see, so I believe that this particular government will prioritize the fight against corruption.
Ghanaians find themselves in Australia or in an international airport. And officials there say the people who you say are journalists are not journalists.
They are not journalists.
So we're bringing them back to your country.
That is even an indictment.
And you in your country say there was no evidence.
when the people were arrested there and then they've been brought back, or they didn't bring them back.
Yes, no.
So the people coming back, is it not enough evidence?
I mean, sometimes it's been difficult to moderate these programs because you are sitting there, you I'm sorry, but I think Nanado lived in his own world. I mean,
honestly. And you see, it is very painful when you know the truth and whoever is telling you, I mean, whatever the person is saying, you realize this is not the truth. What you are telling me is a complete lie. Yet the person will defend.
And you know,
that lie.
And you know the irony of it. The person who was indicted in this area, Adam, what's it, Hajide? He's the same person who went around campaigning and was telling people that if you vote for me, I'll take you to America.
This time, not Australia.
No.
Okay. I think America will be better. So, Anne, so far, I think, as I mentioned earlier, we should be proud as Ghanaians. Today, history has been made. And I believe that the faith and the confidence that Ghanaians have in President Mahama, you keep that faith alive. And I was happy when he also mentioned that we should be able to accomplish all these things with faith and then action. Okay, so yes, faith without action is dead.
Yeah.
So we are very hopeful that with all the promises that he has made, he is capable of achieving. But of course, he cannot do it all by himself. That is why he's calling on every Ghanaian to come on board and make sure that we reset this economy. My sister, the economy is not doing well. That is the point.
Another disagrees.
The economy is broke.
No, he disagrees
And
with
you see, there are certain characteristics that will always exhibit that, or that will come out automatically, indicating that this country is broke. A country that is broke will definitely exhibit high debt, unsustainable debt. And we witness it in this country, where our debt ballooned to a point where we have to restructure, get into the domestic exchange program, and that didn't even suffice. We have to now bring in the foreign, where we had this haircut, 30% haircut, talking about principal, people's investment. Okay, so definitely the confidence that investors have in this country has dwindled, and it will take this new administration time to convince investors to come back to Ghana and then invest. And this morning you were saying that we shouldn't be relying so much on the international capital market. And yes, I agree with you. Now we have to turn to our domestic ways of not raising revenue.
I'm passionate about that because the new administration coming in said, I'm going to reset. Reset is a very, I think it's not just a word by how it appears. It has different meanings and it can be applied in many, many ways. Resetting can also mean that, okay, you've closed on us, that's fine. Cuba closed their borders to other countries and decided to grow themselves. And today they can brag, they can boast to something, you know, that they can even hold on to. Their lifeline is on, they can hold on to. They've closed on us by our own doing. I agree. That debate is there, but I just think that in resetting, you can also decide to look within. And see what you can make of the little you have. And I'm sure we don't have a little, we have humongous.
We have
so much. I'm not sure if it is fear that we're afraid we cannot rely on ourselves. So Nkrumah's word is still alive, that you cannot claim independence if you are not able to be self-reliant. You know, we need to be able to rely on ourselves with there's so much we have.
Yes.
And we do have so much.
We have.
You know.
See, resetting is broad.
We always, and sometimes when you say it, it's like cliche. You have gold, you have diamond, you have.
We have oil.
Just like when I was growing, I heard gold. I'm still hearing gold till today. It means that the resources are so much.
We are so blessed.
How?
We are so blessed. I think that
the international market closed out on us so just within a short period, and we are gasping for breath.
We are blessed. You see, look at this gold for oil deal. As of now, whether we made some gains out of the deal or we ran at a loss, we don't know.
That's a different matter. Good for oil.
You see, so if you're not being transparent, and I agree with you that when you talk of resetting or to reset, it means that you are looking at a holistic way of approaching things. Okay, it could be that we may adapt a new method in addressing issues. Okay, you mentioned we tending to domestic revenue generation, which is solid, and it can be part of the resetting agenda. That this time around, we shouldn't be depending so much on external support. Okay, let's turn to whatever we have and then work within. It could be part of it. But my sister, the point is determination for this new government to succeed. And for our president and the NDC to succeed, it shouldn't be business as usual. Let's have a better way of solving problems. Do you know that one major area, as we speak, has to do with sustaining the free SHS? That is a major thing because you cannot cancel that policy. It has come to stay. So if it has come to stay, are we thinking of having a sustainable source of funding? So it will not be like that kind of ad hoc way.
I'll say it everywhere. It all started with Anado, who failed to give us a source of funding. The first question posed to him about the funding was on an international platform. And he promised that when he comes to Ghana, he was not going to say it on that platform. When he comes to Ghana, he's going to tell his people. So we expected that when he comes, he was going to tell us, okay, what's the source of funding going to be like? He never did until he was voted into office. And then he started, let's go, let's all go.
Let's go.
And everybody went.
Yes.
And then what we did was to dip our hands into the oil funds.
Heritage fund,
and then we were doing it anyhow. I mean, policy doesn't mean I made a promise, so wherever the money is coming from, let's do it.
There should be a blueprint to whatever promise that you have made. And the blueprint is going to guide you. And I believe that every Ghanaian will buy into that concept that we have to educate our children. Okay? Whether you are from a rich home or you are from a poor home, you need to go through basic education. So if the Constitution says that basic education should be free, then it behoves on us to now get a particular source, a dedicated source, okay, to ensure that that policy is sustained and not just be producing students, but we need to also think about quality. You understand?
Yes.
What quality of students are we producing? Hitherto, we used to have cutoff point, 36, and then I think 30, and then it increased to 36. But today, the floodgate is open. Even if 40 something, you go to school free. Okay, so we need to prioritize some of these things. Is it just a matter of educating for educating's sake? Or we are educating them for us to get the benefits, the reasons why the state is investing so much in them?
Yes.
Okay, so...
I mean, even in the education, after taking them through, do we take stock after exiting? What becomes of them?
And that is a challenge that we have. We hardly evaluate or review our policies.
Yes.
So anytime you call for policy review, then it's like you are calling for it to be abolished.
We don't.
We don't do it.
We don't. Have we, any of the promises given by His Excellency, did we give any report on any of them? This was a report on one district, one factory. This was a report on $1 million, $1 constituency, $1 million constituency. this was a report on planting for food and jobs. I mean, it was thrown in our faces like we were fools who couldn't think, to the extent that our Greek minister can carry plantains and go and put it at the ministry and say, go and buy it at the ministry, it's cheaper there.
So it takes transport from Kasua to
and come and buy
a plantain. Interesting. You see,
I mean, you can target whatever, and sometimes when you do the criticisms, then they politically tag you, but it doesn't, I don't even care what you, I also have common sense.
Yes.
I don't have to have a political party to be able to think for myself. It is just clear that you are not listening. That the least person you could think of in the country that doesn't even have any education at all could vote against you.
Oh, yes.
But listen, you are not making sense.
Yes. You see, the average Ghanaian, how we say, is not interested in those macroeconomic jargons, the GDP growth, the debt to GDP, the inflation. No, that is not of interest to the average Ghanaian. The average Ghanaian is interested in what can I buy when I take 100 cedis to the market.
Yeah, true. Okay. Dominic is standing by and wants to see, let's see, the aftermath of the celebration. Zoom Lion is on the grounds, doing his job, and Dominic Ansapra is
situated in Blaster Square, that is Independence Square, ahead of the hearing of the swearing in of the president, John Dramani Mahama, the president-elect, who is now sworn in. Now, earlier on when we came here, that was yesterday at dawn, we saw that Zoom Lion has taken charge. The atmosphere was quite decent. I mean, cleanliness, we will say, is next to godliness, honestly. But after the inauguration, I mean, we have citizens and also voters, party loyalists have gathered here. But we can see that the serene, it's not quite good. The environment is in a bad state. But we have in our midst Madam Sophia, the communications of Just One Group of Company, to discuss matters with ahead of what Zoom Lion is doing to ensure, I mean, once they started and then the aftermath. Welcome to Metro News.
Thank you very much, Dominic.
Well, talk to us. Earlier on yesterday, we saw that the place was as clean as white. Yes. But now, after the inauguration, this is what we are served with. What is the way forward, and what's what Zoom Lion is doing?
So that's what we've been talking about the attitude of people. To be honest with you, immediately after elections, we knew that there's going to be inauguration of a president. So we immediately went into full-scale 24-hour, cleaning. And we've been cleaning the major towns and cities, especially the major streets of Accra, from that time till today. As at 2 a.m. today, our people were here to pick up the very little things that were left, on the turf to be picked. It's quite unfortunate that just less than 1 hour after the event, the place is a mess like this. It's quite heartbreaking, because you would have thought that when the program was going on, Zoom Lion, workers were amongst the people picking up the waste that was being generated. We had put bins, about 50 bins within the parameters of the stadium. There are some outside as well, and so you would have expected that people would just drop their waste in there. Unfortunately, this is what we have here. But the truth is, Zoom Lion is going to continue. In fact, this is the beautiful program is over, but this is when the work starts for us again. And I can assure you that if you come here tomorrow, you'll be shocked. You wouldn't see anything like this here.
Are you saying that we are leaving the state as it is and then going to come tomorrow to ensure that...
I'm saying that when you come back tomorrow, you wouldn't see anything here again. That's what I'm saying. So it means that once the program is over, we're going to start work again.
Right.
Our people do not rest. Our people are not going to rest. They are not going to say that we are tired, so let's go and come back tomorrow. No, this will be cleaned today. And for as long as it lasts, they will have to clean the entire place. When you come back to the same square, you will not recognize that this is the place that was messed up like that.
Are we also looking at the latrines around the square? This is the inside perimeter.
Most definitely. As I said, we had started cleaning the ceremonial streets. Were cleaned right from the beginning, and when you were coming in, I'm sure you saw the traders and the women cooking along the streets. Right. It means what we see here, we're going to have double, triple of that outside, and we're going to take care of all of that.
But we earlier on saw AC here. That was yesterday.
Yes.
Myself, when I was here, we saw AC ensuring that everything is in place. And then this morning, when I had an encounter with some big waves of the NDC, we also saw EC among the crowd. I mean, where is he now, and what does he also have to say?
Oh, I mean, he's just excited to have the opportunity to be able to contribute to whatever is going on. After all, this is our Ghana. This is our Ghana, and if you realize he's such a visionary leader, the moment the 24-hour, policy kicked in, he's already started talking about 24-hour sanitation across the nation.
Right. Can you detail that for us in brief?
It means that now our people are not just going to work from 5 to 7, 8 as they normally do. It means there's going to be a team working in the morning, a team working in the afternoon, and a team working in the night. Some of these we already do, but we are going to make it more. We're going to increase the visibility of such activities.
So there will be a shift.
Oh, it has shifted already.
Thank you very much.
But my colleague Morgan is the one that was leading the people to do all the cleaning. So I'm sure he'll give you more details.
Morgan, I think you also have more for us. I mean, speak to us. This is what we are served with. I mean, like Madam Sophia said, by the close of today, tomorrow, somebody returning within the parameters will not see this field here. Yeah. Are we to believe that?
Oh, yes. Because we started 2 weeks ago, and we ensure that the whole place is very clean for the event, and we tackled all the principal street, and we went ahead painting and also decorating the principal street. The unfortunate thing is that just about 30 minutes after the close of event, we are seeing these fields. And what we are saying is that it's an attitudinal problem. So as Ghanaians, we should ensure that we take the country as our own, and we ensure that this littering, when there is any outbreak, it doesn't affect one person, it's all of us. And when we travel outside, we don't litter like that. So we should try as much as possible. We should try as much as possible to dispose our waste properly. Before this event, we brought in 50 waste bins with trash bags in the inner perimeter. The outer perimeter had 50 and bigger bins with compaction trucks. And it's well labeled, and it is advantage point for everybody to see. So what we were expecting people to do was to just go to the bins and put in their waste. We had workers around who were also picking around. But
sorry to cut you, did the education travel that much for people to know that indeed once we are done with the inauguration, this is what they are supposed to do? Unlike your people, they are served with the education as to finishing the inauguration. They know what they are supposed to do.
Yes, it went far. And you see, looking at how the place was drawn, where we placed the bins were in vantage point for everybody to see. It was not in the hidden. So, and we had 50 is, looking at this space, 50 is quite enough. And we did not put a bin at a place. We had 3 bins at a place. We deliberately picked 3 colors, red, yellow, green, symbolizing our colors at various points. So it was glaring enough. You understand? So when we see this kind of littering, it's a bit worrying. So we are saying that let's all be committed in ensuring that we dispose the waste properly, and I think it will go a long way in helping all of us.
Well, thank you very much. Let us all be committed in disposing, the fields properly. As I said earlier on when we came here, here was clean as white. Zoom Lion has been trying their possible best. They have been doing well, and they've been ensuring that filth will not be sustained or filth will not be engulfed around the jurisdiction of the parameters within the Black Star Square. But now, as Madam Sophia said, they are ensuring that from tomorrow going, nothing of this sort will be seen here. For Metro News, my name is Dominic Nana Kwame Nansapra.
Thank you, Dominic. And with the help of Zoom Lion from the Jospon Group of Companies, we're giving you the coverage to the last bit of litter picked from the Independence Square.
Excellent. Anne, I'm happy Zoom Lion has quickly bought into this 24-hour concept that they are looking at 24-hour
They're
sanitation.
giving us some pictures. If you can give us that view. I like this. I want it on the screen. Okay, so you see how the littering was done.
The whole place. You see, so They have started.
I wanted this. The cameras are shaking, but you could have an idea of how it really looks like. But you see, this one gives you just a mental idea, a pictorial idea of how people behave. Dustbin was there.
Yes.
As they said. But
that's a problem. You see, I'm happy the president rightly indicated that the reset, ask yourself, what are you also contributing? What are you also bringing on board to ensure that we properly reset? It is attitudinal problem, right? We have dustbins all over, and people will prefer to, litter the whole place. So if you are doing this thing and tomorrow you turn around to accuse Zoom Lion of not doing their work, they have done it, and then you decided to work against whatever they are doing.
So, see, it's not the people who are behaving, well, they are behaving out of line, but it's expected.
But
because at this point, you don't need a laissez-faire leadership here.
Yeah.
At this point, you really have to
autocratic.
Yes, you need to whip them into line because the kind of people you lead, and you see, presidents and ministers and MPs should not come and lead the people and start complaining. The people are too difficult. Yeah, you knew them before you actually decided that you want to lead them. I don't like it when I hear leaders complain about the people. The people get worse by their leadership.
Yes.
And they get better by their leadership. So what you saw, that you came to put in the bid, that vote for me, I want to serve you, I want to make you better, I want to add to your life. You need to know that these are the quality of people you have been put in charge to lead.
Yes.
And be ready to design any type of leadership that you think can manage this group of people that you have. That's what it should be.
Yeah,
so you don't come and complain to me, because if you complain, I'm complaining, who should lead?
It is like a leader.
And that's the meaning of leadership.
Yes.
It's not just a title.
Yes, it is like a leader who keep on lamenting over challenges when he should rather be thinking of what to do in solving the problem. You see, I have told you that this one is attitude now, but of course, what are some of the rules, or what are some of the measures that we have also put in place for such people to be punished for doing the wrong thing? And are we ready to enforce this kind of punishment? Or we see people littering and then we look unconcerned?
You don't enforce, so people continue to misbehave. It's like the people you appoint in government.
You go to a country like Singapore, and you cannot just,
They don't chew gum.
You can't.
They don't chew gum, chewing gum.
You can't. And they've grown to understand that whatever sanitation measures that have been put in place, it is for their own benefit. It's going to benefit them, because, look, if you decide to litter the whole place and it rains, and then we have our gutters getting choked, we have mosquitoes, it breeds mosquitoes, and then it so happens that we end up suffering from malaria and all that. And then you spend so much in treating malaria. So you can see that when you do the right thing, you will be the ultimate beneficiary. So why are people not ready to do the right thing? Anywhere I find myself, if I take water, even if it is sachet, I find it difficult to even throw it into a dustbin. I'll put it in my car. When I get home, I put it in the dustbin there. Okay, so we should cultivate this habit of doing things not because it is going to suit us or it's for our own convenience, but we do things looking at the long-term effect.
Yeah.
Okay, not just the benefits that we'll be enjoying now, but the long-term effect. After all, sanitation, if we all decide to be clean, who benefits? Ultimately, who will be the beneficiaries? Okay, so why should somebody be caning you? Not to do the right. Not to do the right thing because you didn't do the right thing. Somebody must cane you, and then you think that the person is being too harsh. But why did you even do the wrong thing in the first place? Okay, you know that what you are doing is wrong. It is so sad that less than an hour, you see the whole place so messed up, and I believe that if we are all talking about resetting this economy or this nation, that shouldn't be an attitude for us to put up.
It even reminds me of Ghana to be made the cleanest city in Africa in the first 100 days. Is that not it? Okay.
We are very good in anytime we are coming out with certain mantras, phrases, but we don't live up to our own.
And I'm one person that supports political catchphrases. It's a good thing.
It is
politically, it's good.
It is good
because it gives the follower a picture of what is to be expected and what he or she should do in contributing. If you don't put a catchphrase on the policy that you're carving out, it's not everybody that understands your technical English in terms of economic development and governance.
But I believe it shouldn't just be a mantra.
Yes.
How do we execute it?
It is how you execute it that becomes a problem.
Exactly.
And so it's dangerous to put catchphrases on things. You could put the catchphrase, succeed or you fail.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail, we remember. If you succeed too, we still remember because there was a catchphrase on it.
Because I still remember, see something, say something.
Say something, yes. This government can't think of it. I mean, nothing was said that when we practice, it becomes a problem. Anyway.
See something, say something. I believe we'll see it in aura.
All right. So let's just take a quick breather. And then I'm told that we have some, what's it called? A presidential lunch or something.
Wow.
Maybe we'll pick it on the screen for you. We can't really discuss that. That one, we can't discuss. But let's take a breather. We'll be back to wrap up. Or we should wrap up now so that we can go and then when it comes, we pick it.
For anybody with solutions to show. If they talk propaganda, that's all. And then they take close people them eye.
Public school, that is schools funded by the taxpayer, should be free.
ATS should be long enough for anybody with solutions to show. If they talk propaganda, that's all. And then they take close people them eye.
Public school, that is schools funded by the taxpayer, should be free.
ATS should be long enough for anybody with solutions to show. If they talk propaganda, that's all. And then they take close people them eye.
Public school, that is schools funded by the taxpayer, should be free.
ATS should be long enough for anybody with solutions to show. If they talk propaganda, that's all. And then they take close people.
Okay, so we've been doing this from yesterday till today, and we want to draw the curtain here. We have been with you all through, but this is your election central. Definitely updates that will come through. The team will definitely do you the honors and the favor by putting it on the screen for you to know. The administration of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has started today. I'm not sure how it's actually going to kick the ball running or rolling. We know that you have to crawl before you walk.
Yes. So it's going to be a gradual process.
I'm sure
but
this
I
one,
believe
you have to
that
hit the ground running. No?
Yes, you hit the ground running. But of course, we need to first crawl, and then we stand, we begin to walk. But this time, I'm sure the acceleration will be very, very high. And let me also say that it is good that we all come together as Ghanaians and see the vision of the president to be the Ghanaian vision. I don't think we should look at it as vision of the president. It's vision that Ghanaians have bought into, and that is why we have given the president this overwhelming mandate. He is only leading. Now, let me also add by saying that every government should have that big heart to accommodate criticisms. For all you know, maybe a policy that you want to roll out, people have seen certain things in it which will not work out. So you should be a listening government. Not listening to because you don't have brains to take decisions, but of course, wisdom doesn't lie in the head of just one man.
Yes.
So I hope that our president will be a listening president and will also ensure that whatever promise that he has made with the people that he'll be appointing, and that is another area, because the president, any appointment that he makes, it means that he has confidence in those people. So you cannot be appointed and then you end up disappointing the president. And I hope and believe that once you're appointed and he sees that you are not working according to his vision, he has to disappoint you.
Right.
And that is the only way by which we can move this agenda forward.
Well, I'm sure President Mahama is listening to all the advice and the criticisms that are coming, and he will know what to do as his government, rolls out. But thank you to all Ghanaians and every member of you who actually helped to hoist the flag of Ghana high, making the country look beautiful, very attractive in the eyes of our neighboring countries and, of course, the whole world as well. We will definitely now put on our lenses and start monitoring how activities of the government will now go. This is Metro TV, your election central. My name is Ania Fompofo. I can promise you that on the screen tomorrow, you're going to enjoy something really strange, really nice, really sweet, and also another historic thing that you probably would not want to miss. I don't want to give it all out. So we
and let me also add by saying that Metro TV, you've done exceptionally well.
Thank you.
Since yesterday.
Yes.
I left here around 12 midnight, and you were here.
Yes.
People left here after 2.
Yes.
And this morning you have to come back for God and country.
Yes.
You have done well. Your producers, your directors, and the CEO of this company. We pray that this year will be a good year for all of you.
Amen. Amen. What did you say? My producers are whispering something. I don't know what they are whispering. But yes, we thank you too for being with us, because it's by your viewership, by your continuous criticisms, and by your contributions that we use it to encourage ourselves, give ourselves hope to be here and give you the best that you also need. I'm promising you that tomorrow, Good Morning Ghana returns, in full vim, and it's going to be an interesting one you wouldn't want to miss. I won't give it all out, but watch out on Metro TV and Ignite Media platforms. Don't miss it. Thanks for watching, and this has been the inauguration coverage of His Excellency John Evans. Did I say John Evans?
May his soul rest in peace.
May his soul rest in perfect peace. But John Mahama, wish you all the best. And of course, Nana Jane Opokwajima, my scarf has been taken away from me. Wege has given us Affairs Vice President, Woman Vice President. Thank you for that. All right. So enjoy the rest of our programs.
long enough for anybody with solutions to show.
We need the money to build schools for those who are going to school and
Nana Akufo-Addo government, even talk propaganda, that's all. And then they take close people that eye.
public school, that is schools funded by the taxpayer, should be free